Well, hello there, early tubers. Welcome to the pre-stream, almost stream, today's stream with me stream, BlueAnkylo stream. Hopefully the internet holds out today. Last stream was knocked short by some really annoying network issues that I don't really know what was doing that. Wow, that looks like a cool gun. I want whatever that is. It's like chain lightning. Looks really cool. Maybe we'll get there. Yeah, I definitely had my internet squinched. I've been having some issues with my, I don't know if it's the modem or the local provider, like local ISP nodes and stuff, maybe, but I'm not exactly sure what to do about it. So hopefully it works today. Usually the stream works, but not always. So last stream, I really can't remember where we got because it was very frustrating there, the way it kind of died at the end. So that's rough. There's some pretty cool looking buildings that we don't have. Gotta get all this cool stuff. Let's see, what time is it? 5 minutes in. Well, I'm gonna load up. I need to do a little bit of base review because I need to figure out what I was in the middle of. Hopefully figure out what I was doing and then like continue along. Looks like I was expanding the Great Wall when everything fell apart. That's pretty simple enough. Using drone networks to fully connect our... I think this is the last little bit we need to connect up. And then we should be... Maybe we want to clear these biters' bases out. But then nothing too close. And we'll have, like, gun turrets backed up by flamethrowers around... Well, I still haven't done that north wall, but, you know, most of the base. Alright. I remember getting attacked... Just checking to see if there's anywhere that's, like, missing. We can, long distance build now. As long as it's in range of a bot. So that's pretty fun. Meteors. We actually have to go deal with this right away because it destroyed a power line. Thanks, meteors. I'm just trying to like get my bearing here, and then before I can even get started, meteor shows up, destroys my base. Ah, this is not inside my biter coverage or my drone coverage. So if... Yeah, we immediately lost our drone network when that got hit. If we happen to have had spare power poles in our bot network... Aren't bots just the best? I didn't even remember setting that up. I don't think I have auto construction for my power poles yet. Oh, that's great. Let's connect some more of our southern wall here. Sure. Pretty close by. Give it some power. Throw down a chest. That should help protect this little weird section of the base that's probably should have more walls, honestly. I think I had a, yeah, I was working on this last time. You know, a more significant wall upgrades. So you just drop those in there. It's a little bit too long for some of them, but if it's too long, you can just, you know, hold shift and click and drag. Bots will get around to it. Oop. Much. This area doesn't have a flamethrower, so we're going to want to upgrade that. But I think I want to finish plug in this little hole first. Because we're almost done, and then I can get back to whatever I was doing. And I don't really remember. We're going to have to go... Once our base is fully protected, I'll try to figure out what I was doing. Because, I don't know. I know I was doing a lot of clear cutting and burning forests down before we crashed it. This is holding really well, though. I mean, we can kill these biter bases if we want, but honestly, if they keep attacking there, they're barely doing anything. These guys will definitely attack this wall, but should be about the same, honestly. Excuse me. Today, yeah, by the way, for the live and future VODers, if I sound weird or sniffly, the allergies are killing me today. Super kill. I've got, you know, standard seasonal allergies, hay fever, all that kind of stuff. And there was last few days, the weather turned really warm, like went from 10 or 15 degrees Celsius to like 25, pushing 30 in just like a week. So all the trees and plants are just going absolutely insane. And that is triggering an awful lot of pollen in the air. Looks like I maybe was not fully completed here. Seeing as there's a worm shooting my walls literally right now as we talk. Must have missed that, or maybe something crashed while I was working on it. And that should be the end of that. Okay. So we'll need to extend the defenses. I don't really want to push into the coal. I mean, we'll probably need coal eventually, but I don't really want to push over right now. I kind of just want to wrap up the base defense portion of this. Because I feel like I've been doing this for a week now, and I just want to move on to something a little bit more productive. This song, which is definitely from Wild Arms, really reminds me of some stuff from either Secret of Mana or Seiken Densetsu 3 or Trials of Mana, whatever you want to call it. I guess it has a name nowadays. Should I destroy these cliffs? I don't know. Just get them out of my way. I will need a little bit more Roboport coverage. Let's just fully block in this network for later. It makes it a little bit better for construction. If I ever build over here, because it'll be fully logisticed up rather than just long distance. Alright, that gives me probably one or two more to fill in this gap, and then we're done. But I should throw some turrets down. I wonder... Hey, excuse me. Autosave completely trashed my... Don't you hate it when you do that? You click, but then the autosave interrupts you, and then it pushes your click to the end of the autosave, and it's not where you click. I don't know. Now, I wonder if I need to defend down or left as well as down, because I would assume most of the attacks will come from the south. Probably straight up here. But these guys could go... Nah, they're going to go up, surely. Alright, that's way more ammo than they'll need, but it's quick and easy. Quick and dirty. Wall, get the stuff connected, move on with our life. Yeah. The Great Wall of Blue. This is actually kind of convenient. We can hit one of these power lines. Get the network connected, and then theoretically, oops, I shift clicked rather than click clicked. To connect that up, and then one more maybe to get logistics. Yeah, full circuit, awesome. Maybe with a little bit of power. All right, that gives us the full loop, and we will be filling in the middle to do our constructions. I think I remember I was gonna do something over here, like get the wood going. Everyone needs wood. A little bit too much. Okay. Things that might still be missing. Flamethrowers along here if we need them. Not that it's very hard to get it connected. Lazy Ankylo. Although I'm a little short on flamethrower turrets, I think. Oops. Oh, I did it again. Alright, a little bit more coverage, and then I guess my last flamethrower turret will have to cover over here. That'll just have to do. Let us actually make some progress. Oh, I've still got my pre-stream alert up. We don't need that. Okay, there's no turrets over here, but this is pretty far back, you know, through the forest area. I'm sure we'll be fine. Cool. Okay, let's start. Well, let's do a quick base overview. I know I do these like every stream, but sometimes it's more for me than for the streamers even. But I assume if I don't know what's going on, then you guys maybe don't know what's going on either. So I haven't connected this up yet, but a couple streams back we hooked up a core drill, which outputs a ton of fragments, which get processed into all the different stuff, go into a giant warehouse, sorted, and then cooked and processed into the stuff that we will want. I have not finished this because I got sidetracked. It also makes us a ton of power. The red goo comes out, pure, unadulterated red Ankylo tears, and they can boil a bunch of water and make steam, which we can use for power, which we don't even need right now because we get all our power from wind, but it's nice to have a sort of steam battery backup, basically. We also store a ton of oil, which we're not doing anything with. Something for me to remember. Gotta do something with this oil eventually. I was going to connect it up to my other main oil in. I just don't think I'd bother doing it. Okay, so that's a little side project that we'll definitely want to get going. We've got... I remember upgrading the copper mine. So copper mine, iron mine, they'll run out eventually. I do have another core drill over here if I need more fragments. This is our oil processing. I think pretty recently we upgraded it to advanced, which gets us the lubricants. And we also have a little bit of fuel refinery. I was using this for something. I think I can make like fancy modules out of the stuff. Ship it to Earth. Oh yeah. Ship the oil straight to Earth. I'm sure we can get something even better than oil to ship to Earth, though. But yeah, the oil gets turned into gas. Gas gets turned into plastic and sulfur and sulfuric acid. We've got a little baby biomass farm, which normally you have to kill biter bases to get, but we're able to grow it a little bit. It uses a little bit of gas, but honestly, not that much. 50 and 60 seconds. That's less than 1 per second. That's super slow. So we make tons of biomatter now. That's good. We can use that for lots of future projects. And this is our iron into steel line, which is not enough, but it'll have to do for now. And then we make a few basic steel resources, gears, planks, pipes, barrels, and it gets thrown into... This is one of the more recent additions, the heat shielding. We need this to make the electric furnaces and stuff like that. I haven't really gone too far down this production chain yet, but yeah, that's fine. We also use a bunch of stuff to make these green motors. This is a bottleneck of ours a little bit. We're not getting enough electronic circuits, so these are not running at full speed. And we use the green engines for a lot of the robot stuff. Our copper smeltery is kind of mixed in here with all the other stuff. Again, my base layout's getting a little bit funky. This is our stone mines over here, which will last a while. A bunch of bricks get turned into concrete and walls, mostly up on the north side. And on the south side, it gets crushed into sand, cooked into glass, or crushed into sand and used. I think this heads to our tree makers, and this is what we're going to be rebuilding. Is we need way more wood. Copper and wood are, I think, our two main bottlenecks. Variety inputs like sand turning into quartz, turning into silicone for our circuits. But we don't need these kind of circuits. We need these are like the multicolored circuits. We got lots of those, but we need the green circuits. Our most recent factory upgrade was these flying robot frames, and it looks like I've built enough for now. They've got a backlog, which is actually probably for the best, because I know our factory was choking on green circuits. So 100 backup bots is fine. We'll automate and expand this more later, but for now, you know, we've got other problems. We have some batteries that get, you know, the sulfuric acid gets sent up here. Make a few batteries. That's nice. We've got some green modules. Use less power. We do have an enormous wind farm, and we can use bots to drop the wind turbines very quickly now. Our science is a little bit slowed down because we're not getting enough green circuits to make red circuits, and we use the red circuits for blue science. And I think the green circuits are being used for a lot of stuff, and we're just not getting enough. So you can see if we go back here, it's mainly wood right now that we're not getting anywhere near, like, not even close to enough. I know that once everything turns on, we run out of copper as well. So wood and then copper are main bottlenecks. Iron can run out if everything turns on. So we'll need to be building like a better, more efficient base. But for now, I really just want to get the wood going. And we can continue our science a little bit further because there's still some science. I know I did a lot of background research last time, so we caught up on a lot of the easy stuff. But we do want to move into the next tier of science, you know, not too long from now. And that does require, like, a lot of these cards. And, like, this doesn't do anything, rocket control unit. But we need to build satellite rocket silos. And you need, like, tons and tons of resources. And then you can start launching rockets. And that will get us the next tier of research. So I haven't actually done this part before. But obviously we need a lot of production of stuff I don't have yet. So I think that's the goal for today. Is to try to get a couple things upgraded, and then spaghetti it out into rocket tech. I'm not going to rebuild the base anytime too soon. Just keep adding. I'd like to, like, finish up the iron and copper, the starting deposits, and move out. Like, we don't actually have nearby a good... There's a ton of iron, but we have to fight to get it. I'm not sure there's a good copper node nearby. I feel like our spawn hasn't given us a ton of really good resources nearby. We'd have to go exploring. But yeah, if we need coal, iron, copper, we're gonna have to fight for it. That's why I want to have the core drills figured out, because we can expand to the other core mining drills, and that'll give us a pretty good baseline. Like, it's not as good as having 20 or 30 tier 2 drills all going at once, but it is kind of set up once, and it's a good a basic input. It's not, you know, it's not enough to run a super factory, but it's enough to keep things kind of working a little bit, so it doesn't totally stop. Okay, so the plan, somewhere down here, I think the whole thing was we expanded out, pushed this wall up so that we could do our trees. And let's make some more space here by getting rid of the junk that's in the way. Anything that can interfere With construction, we want it gone. But we don't want to lose... I actually have to be careful because this is how I get rid of my pipes. And then I have a bad time. If I delete, like, power poles... we ran out of... okay, we should probably have a few more cliff explosives as well. Oh yeah, we won't need this anymore. Yeah, but we gotta be careful not to break our pipes or our power when I'm doing those massive deconstructions. Blue cliff explosives, I didn't have automated, I don't think. I have artillery automated. We're just waiting for the robots. They'll be back. What do we need for cliff explosives? Barrels, grenades, regular explosives. So we've got regular explosives, we've got barrels, but the grenades are a long way away, and I'm not sure it's worth automating right now. I'm pretty sure it's not. I definitely don't want to be crafting barrels. That's just something I don't normally carry around. Okay, apparently I stopped carrying grenades at some point. I used to always have grenades with me, but apparently I stopped. Okay. Really easy to make these explosives. Okay, I'm gonna make 50 more. Get some more explosives. Yeah, I used to just casually back in the day when I was Red Ankylo. Just carry those explosives around. We can also steal extra explosives. If you don't have enough explosives, just pick them off the ground. That'll be fine. They're just as good as the ones that are in the box. So funny thing about having explosives, I don't have enough, but that's okay. This will be enough to get the bots working. Yeah, power, huh? I wonder what line I cut when I mass destructed everything. Yeah, well, they seem to be powered up, and I did have some redundancy power anyway, so it's not so bad. Still missed a lot of trees. Alright, this is looking a lot flatter. I don't know why I can see like a line here. What was that all about? Oh, there's no Roboport coverage on that little line. Ah. I thought that was something else. Okay, so here we go. Let's put those explosives in here so they can blow stuff up. So we're gonna try. I'm just gonna put a demonstration. We need a demonstration line of production just so I can show the overall plan here. We need water, easy. We need sand. We got sand right here. We should be able to get enough because we're just gonna divert the old tree line southward. And then we need fertilizer. Okay, this is where it gets a little bit new territory for me. Fertilizer. We need chemical plant, biomatter, nitric acid. All right, let's throw down a chemical plant, if I have any. If I prepared correctly last stream, I would have already made some, but I think, you know, with the whole technical difficulties, some of the stuff didn't quite happen. All right, science, throw that in there. We want to make fertilizer. So it's going to go sand, water, just like before, but then we're going to throw in fertilizer to make it grow fast. Fertilizer, we need biomatter and nitric acid. The biomatter we've already sort of done. It's not that complicated. It's a little bit slow, and we need gas. We need petroleum gas, and then a little bit of oxygen. But we can throw down an oxygen atmospheric condenser anywhere, and they all link up nicely. It's a bit slow. We'll have to we might do a little bit of math. Good old mathing to figure out how many of them we need. So let's... We need a lot of biomatter just to build one. So let's grab a couple stacks. Couple fat stacks of biomatter. What is biomatter anyway? It's basically leftover creep from the biters. So basically their poop, I guess. Yeah. Everything boils down to some animal's poop, right? So let's build a couple of those. And we're going to want another atmospheric something or rather. Condenser. Yep. Let me put these on hold. I really want to get these cliff explosives built and out of my inventory because I'm carrying around a lot of explosives for no good reason. Alright, so we'll figure out how many of these we actually need. Based on science. We'll just pipe the petroleum gas in. We'll construct our own oxygen for as many of these as we need. I think this makes a ton of oxygen. Yeah, 30 per second. That's one of those will cover dozens of these. So oxygen, you know, not surprisingly, on a planet full of oxygen, this is pretty easy. Okay, but that's like the easy part of the fertilizer. I think biomatter is slow but simple. Just gas and oxygen. Nitric acid, though, never done this before, and I think there's quite a few steps. So this is a lot of work for... Well, we'll see if it's worth it. Chemical plant. I'm pretty sure we need lots of chemistry. So we're looking for nitric acid. Bam. We need rare metal, which sucks, because we're going to have to find a way to belt that in. Ammonia and mineral water. So mineral water... we could steal this one, or we could try to take the excess from our machine. I think we'll start by stealing this little 185,000 over there. So let's go get that set up with a little bit of a storage container. So we need a special... I haven't actually built this yet because I just didn't care about mineral water, but now I care. We need a pump jack, and I'll give them a mid-sized storage tank. Like... Ooh, non-return duct. There's all kinds of directed flow ducts that we didn't have for pipes. I'll have to keep this in mind. Because sometimes I try to do a little bit of logic with my liquids and directions and stuff. I actually have some new options there. That looks interesting. These guys, huge storage tank. Sure, I'll make a huge storage tank. Why not? Okay, let's go hook that up. Start storing up some mineral water. Meteors everywhere. Jeez. It is convenient to have the bots deal with it, though. Great. So this is what? Technically not in my zone of control. But, you know, it's... Hey there, Sinak. Planning to gameplay? It depends on the person. I'm sure some people just run out there and do no planning, but that sounds crazy. I spend a fair amount of time, definitely. All right, bots, clean up my map, please. Where is the... I can't see it. Where's the mineral oil? There it is. This one. And I'll throw in some efficiency modules to make it a little bit less polluty. I don't know how much of this we're going to actually need. Hey, look, a construction robot. Be free, my friend. Where's that tank I built? We'll just pipe straight into there. A couple basic defense bots. Just in case I need them over here. More to buy me enough time to figure out what's going on than anything. Alright, so we're getting mineral oil. It's going to cause a little bit of pollution, but it does have like a forest, so it probably won't. I'd be surprised if this causes us... Yeah, I don't think that'll cause us any trouble. Alright, mineral oil started. Just one of those things we need to have at least set up. Okay. So... I will have to move the rare metals down, which is going to be a bit of a challenge. The mineral water will be pretty easy. Biomatter is going to be slow. Petroleum gas is easy. Oxygen is easy. Sand and water are pretty easy. So let's keep going down the line. We need ammonia now, which I'm going to assume is another chemical. Everyone knows ammonia, right? It's a stinky pea smell. All right. We need hydrogen and nitrogen. Maybe more atmospheric condensers? Well, yes for nitrogen, no for oxygen. So how do we get oxygen out of the air? No, hydrogen. We have oxygen. How do we get hydrogen? Chemistry 101. I mean, we're probably going to have to do like some electrolysis or something. We need water electrolysis, yeah. Maybe we could do water separation and get enough oxygen as well without needing to use that atmospheric condenser. So we need an electrolysis plant, and then I'll do a little bit more math with that once we've got it. Once I've got all the buildings and recipes, then we can have a look at how many I'm going to need of them. Copper. We're not killing the planet. It's just the fires of industry. Copper. Oh, this way. Supposedly my bot should fill all this stuff up, but, you know, they're lazy. Sleeping on the job. Okay, one electrolysis plant. I think I'm going to need another atmospheric condenser, wherever that was. Oh, I'm definitely going to need some flare stacks for excess liquids. Atmospheric condenser. Just going to build some more. Not going to do some more. Hey, bots. Get me with all my pipes and stuff. Oh, I died. Every time you die, this is really, I keep forgetting. Every time you die, it turns off your logistics because it would just fill up you with trash. Yeah. Just gotta remember to turn that on. Now, we don't have a lot of amazing bot carrying or speed upgrades. Once our bots fly faster, this all happens nearly instantly, but for now it's a little bit slow. Hey there, Fernando. But it's way faster than me trying to sort it out, find the treasure chests, and do it all manually. So, still worth it. And you get to hear lots of beep boops. These are the spawn of Sir Grabby. They are, of course, the Grabby robots. And there's hundreds of them. Alright, this is looking reasonably well stocked again. I'm glad to see that. Let's get rid of stone. I don't really want to carry around the explosives either. In fact, I can just give you guys the cliff explosives and you can figure it out. Just take it. I don't want it. You guys sort it out. Let's go. Anything else I need? I should have more electronic components. Did I forget that one? I think I missed it during my setup. Alright, so... maybe we just don't have enough. Okay, we just don't have enough. I better go check that out. I understand why we're out of green circuits. That's understandable. And big electric motors. Oh, the reason I didn't have copper plates was actually because I never put it in a passive provider. So they couldn't pick it up. It wasn't in the network. Ah, there you go. Okay, so we should be good for crafting for a bit. Theoretically. Alright, so where were we? We need more chemistry. So we made the electrolysis plant to figure out if we can make enough. We'll still need to use some water. We're going to be consuming a fair amount of water, but, you know, it's all good. But like I said, we don't really need all that much oxygen to run these biomatter. So I think the atmospheric condenser was overkill. And getting 20 oxygen in 6 seconds should cover a bunch of them. And I'll probably need an overflow that burns excess or something. But the oxygen can be used in these guys. Or sorry, the hydrogen, the white thing, can be used in larger, much larger quantity to make ammonia. Good. And then, so that's going to actually remove this from our planning. And then, there's so many machines. And then we'll take the nitrogen, which also comes in at a crazy rate. And, I mean, I could just make atmospheric condensers, but we do have to craft our own oxygen, which is going to be a bit slow. Okay, I think that's all we need, sort of. So it's blue plus white to make ammonia. Ammonia plus metal, which is like the rare metal. I should probably go get that next. Mineral water to make nitric acid. We need a biomatter as well. Then we take the nitric acid and the biomatter, which is using some excess hydrogen. Sorry, oxygen. Oxygen. I keep mixing up the red and the white. Red for hydrogen, white for no. Red for oxygen. I guess because oxygen's flammable. Maybe. I don't know. That's maybe how I remember it. I didn't really do a lot of advanced chemistry, so don't listen to me. I don't know why they color them the way they color them. Hydrogens are way smaller than oxygens. I know that much. Okay, so what I wanted to do is we're trying to maximize wood production, right? We need as much wood as we can get. So we're going to be pumping in a ton of water. And it's actually not using very much sand, to be honest. So, like, our one crusher pulverizer will be and more than enough. And I can add more water pumps if I need. In fact, I think we're going to start maybe immediately with steel pipes rather than iron pipes for this one. Because I feel like our liquid throughput might matter. I don't know for sure, but I mean, I've got the steel pipes here, so we might as well use them. I didn't set up the automatic underground pipe construction, though. Oh, boy. This is why we usually automate the undergrounders as well. Alright, well, hopefully that'll be enough steel undergrounds for connectivity. Yeah, that's a fair amount. And they do go really long distance underground. Okay, right, so maybe I should pull up a notepad here. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Give me a sec. We gotta do a little bit of math. Maybe I don't think I have a source for it, but I should. My advertisement for Notepad++. It's been a while. Add source. This is like a window or something. You guys got to be able to see what I'm doing, right? Where? Window capture. There we go. Hey, found it right away. Alright, don't mind all those other tabs. Not important. Oh, don't move stuff around. Alright, I'm going to move it behind all the other texts. There you go. Okay, your chat should still show up. Okay, first, we're trying to make wood. All the wood. So we need sand, water, fertilizer. And the ratios here don't really matter because it's like infinity water plus negligible sand, and this is the limited one. As far as I'm concerned, the fertilizer is probably the limiter here. So then how do we make fertilizer? We've already got that. Biomass, biomatter. Should be putting similar structure here so it's easy to follow along. Biomatter plus nitric acid. And I'm going to show the rates for these. Actually, first... I know you guys can't see me. I'm just looking at the recipes. The fertilizer per greenhouse, it uses 1 fertilizer in 60 seconds. 1 per 60 sec per greenhouse. Want 10? 20? That's the question. How many of these greenhouses can we actually set up? Alright. So, the second step was the fertilizer. You get 5 in 10 seconds. Although I need to check the rate. Crafting speed. We're under attack. Don't worry about it. It's all good in the background. Trust me. Crafting speed of 1, so that's accurate. Alright. We use, in this recipe, 2 biomatter and 10 nitric acids. Start doing a little bit of shorthand. Think of it as, instead of divide, just think of it as per. Sorry, other way around. Nitric acid is 10. Okay, so I think biomatter is actually not going to be too much of a limiter. I know those machines are very slow, but we're actually not using it quite as much as I was originally thinking. So the biomatter machines are 1 crafting speed, and you get 5 per 60. That's why I was worried, because it's a very slow machine. Is it oxygen? It's probably oxygen, right? Yeah. But I'm gonna say these are like... The amount of gas and oxygen they consume don't really matter because they're liquids or gases. They do use a lot. Well, no, they don't. It's less than 1 per second each. But I'm going to treat gas as approximately infinite. And I'm going to treat oxygen as approximately infinite. In that if I need to get more, I can just throw down one more of those condensers and get hundreds per second. So it doesn't really matter. Those things are simple enough. The question here is... Here is a... I'll put a couple stars. I like stars. Potential bottleneck. That's only 1 per 12 seconds. We're using... Each fertilizer crafter is using 1 per 5 seconds. So we need 2.4, I think. Per fertilizer crafter. So 2.4 biomatter plants per fertilizer construction. But the good news is we don't use a lot of fertilizer. So 1 fertilizer per 60 seconds. So that's, just put it in my notes here. Well, 1 per second, right? So 1 powers 12 greenhouses. Right? If you get 1 per 5 seconds, that's 12 per minute. And you're using 1 per minute fertilizer each. So 1 full-powered fertilizer plant can power 12 speedy greenhouses. And I would need 2.4 biomatter, which isn't that much. So the gas and oxygen consumption isn't that bad. But I might want to go to 24, because, you know, I feel like I'm going to need a lot of wood. So having a nice round number of these will probably make it easier. So 24 greenhouses, 2 fertilizer plants, and then we can have 5 biomatters with a tiny bit of excess. That kind of rounds out a bit nicer. But let's keep going down the chain. See if I've got another humongous bottleneck here. Nitric acid. We're still just using... Like, there's probably upgrades to the chemical plants eventually, but I don't have them. Alright, so this guy makes 50 nitric acid in 5 seconds. So pretty fast. And we're consuming... You know, one per sec. This guy is making, 10 per second. So essentially, one of these plants can fuel 10 fertilizer plants, and we only wanted 2 of those. So 24, 2, 5. I actually don't need the nitric acid to work at full speed then, because if this is 10 per second and we only need 2 per second, 20% speed enough. You go a little bit higher than that if we want, but yeah. So this is good. That means I don't need as much of the other materials then. So rare metal, ammonia, and mineral water. This is where I was worried a bit, because some of these are a little tricky. So the rare metal is... Oh, geesh. 1 per 5 seconds? At 20% speed, that's hardly anything. 1 per 25 seconds? So we need a tiny... Okay. Use a chest. I don't think I need to belt the rare metal down. I could put a box with like 1,000 of these in here and it'll run a very long time. And then eventually we'll have logistic bots to fill it up. I honestly think that's what we're learning here. Don't belt that. Ammonia is 50 per 5, so we use a fair amount of this stuff. That's 10 per sec. Meteor, just doing meteor things. Once again, we only need approximately 2 per sec. Make sure I've got my ratio right, though. 50 nitric acid in 5 seconds. That's 10 per second. I don't need that much nitric acid. Alright. That's good. It's good. Mineral water shouldn't even really matter because we just have a bank of it. But it uses 25 per 5. So that's 5 per sec. So I really only need about 1. Alright, looks like this is looking better. This is looking better. And then let's just finally make sure that there's nothing wacky with our ammonia. Although at this point I don't think it really matters because I think we've got this solved. This is 50 in 5 seconds. And it's 50 hydrogen, 50 nitrogen. Is that true? Is it equal parts? In real life? I mean, I'm assuming the modders wouldn't make stuff up. It's probably not the same in moles, but maybe in mass it's the same. Because it's 3 hydrogens per 1 nitrogen atom, I believe. But nitrogens are way heavier than hydrogens. Yeah, so those are all just 50. This is actually very simple. 50, 50, 50. All of them are the same. And we needed nothing. 2 per second. Practically unused. So we can set this up. We don't have to worry about it. We're never going to run out of... Like, 1 electrolyzer will be enough. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, good. That's all I needed. I'll have this on the side for me. But I think I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, hey there, Huzzle, sneaking in the background. The Zug Zug reference, just for a fun side story while we're going here. That's the name of my half-orc paladin in the D&D group I've got on pause. They're not playing right now, but Zug Zug. He was originally a fighter, but accidentally turned into a paladin. Okay. I've got the basic gist of things. So now we got to build it. And I mean, I'm going to start with 24 greenhouses. I should make sure I've got enough buildings. I do have enough greenhouses. I'm going to need... How many of these? I need 5 biolabs, so I need a few more of those. Let's go pick up some biomatter, because we're going to need a bunch of that. I think I said 5, so we'll need 3 more stacks. Okay, so that'll be 24 greenhouses, 5 biolabs, and then we really just need like 1 or 2 of everything else, and we should be fine. Oh yeah, I remember Quest for Glory. Yeah, you can definitely accidentally paladin that one too. Hey, is that my stuff? Give it back. Give it to me. Once they're like out of network, they just head to the nearest storage bin or roboport. I think they're looking for a storage chest. I should really put more of these down. Yeah, they're just headed here. And they recharge. And then will they give it to me? Maybe I was full. Oh no, someone else picked up the job. Your Uber delivery has been rerouted. Someone else is on the way. It's fine. Okay, let's just start with the greenhouse, because we know we need 24 of these. This is a lot. Let's think a little bit about inputs and outputs. We need water in, sand and fertilizer in, but not that much sand and fertilizer, so we could probably share a belt. Yeah. Fertilizer on one side, sand on the other. That'll make this a lot easier to hook up. We also know now, I did not know this before, but I know now that machines connect up automatically. And I think we could do it like this as well. Because they're all water shares on every side. I should maybe test this out before I get too far down. And then the basic setup, this is a little bit in the way, but don't worry about it. Water's going to come in, you know, from here or something. And then we're just going to have... What I would like to have is a shared belt, maybe 2 away, that inputs the sand and the fertilizer. And then we can do a quick output to get the wood out. Probably one of these will be enough. So I think this is probably our setup, something like this. I'll put the power right in the middle. Something like that, and then we just need to get the water in and find out if that works. I will need more belts, so... Let's say the belts are going this way. Should probably... If I do this correctly, I could actually use the... No. Well, I could almost use the bots, but I don't think I've got everything in the network right now to build it. Because you could just copy-paste it or blueprint it up, right? Soon, one of these days I'll be there, but I'm not quite ready for bot building everything yet. I'll even throw in lights. Fully, you know, industrialized. Alright, so let's get some water going. We didn't actually double check if one water pump would be enough, and I didn't build a water pump, of course. But there are steel pumps. They pump theoretically more than normal. I haven't really tested this. We want this, if possible, to line up along here. Oh, not pumps. That's the wrong thing entirely. It's... Get out of here. No. We need, I mean, it's funny, because it is a pump that we need. We need a... I can never find it. It's an offshore pump. This one. That might light up. Give it a little bit of power, a little bit of juice. So this guy pumps out 1250 per second. Yeah, I mean, come on. As if there's ever... As if one pump would ever run out. 1250 per second. Sheesh. That is crazy. And we're trying to use steel pipes, just... I don't know. Yeah. Oh, this is beautiful. The water just gets everywhere automatically. Okay, and we can use this water for the electrolysis as well if we need to. Okay, good. So there's no way, even though these things use 400 water, it's still, I didn't actually calculate it, but it's still a 60-second craft. So that's 6.5 per second, approximately. There's no way they'll ever use all that water up. And we're gonna still put the efficiency mods in to save us some power. Can we not? It'd be nice if I could put them in and not fill up the last spot. I guess I just have to do it manually. It's not hardly automated at all. Also, I'm missing a couple of these. Because I want to have 24, right? But I figured testing out the water was a good idea. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We need a fair number more. Should I put a little gap? Like, one thing is belting all of this wood. How much wood are we getting? 80 wood per 60, so that's over time a little bit over 1 per second, like 1 1/4 per second. But times 24, that will definitely need a red belt. So I want to make sure this all combines somewhat sanely. I think I'm going to add a upwards belt here and leave a little gap. Because we need the wood somewhere around here. This is where it needs to go into the base. So basically, it'll be right and left in and down and up. And I'll probably only need the red belts where everything combines. But if I do this, I need a little bit more space. Hold on. We can't just have a single tile gap because of the water. This will make it a little bit easier to get around. It'll maybe look better if I throw those in as well, but you don't need to do that. All right, let's continue the line. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, fail. And I think one of the good things about doing it like this is it should be pretty easy to extend. If this is still nowhere near enough, I'll be able to, without too much trouble, double it up again. We can just double it. We can go like south a layer and just add another full stack. But this does take up a lot of space. Missed one. You need more efficiency mods. I don't need to use them for everything, but that's all I got right now, and I just rather do it like this. All right, well, let's get this all wired up for now, and then we'll start planning the next step. So we want these to join here. Hopefully one red belt will be enough to cover it all, but we'll find out. And then I'll have to figure out how I'm getting all my resources in. I don't know where the sand's coming down. I can still use the middle if I need to for the sand. But I gotta be careful how I connect up this second belt. I'll need some more poles. I am technically over placing poles, but it just looks so much nicer. Oh no! Okay, we have a middle connector pole. There you go. We need pull wire distance +1. Actually, one of the reasons not to put them so close is I could put the power in the middle between them. But I really like the idea of the water just auto-connecting to everything the way we did, so pretty happy with that. We're under attack. We're fine. We're fine. Nothing to worry about. All right. Power. Output. Let's finish that. And by joining these belts in the way we are doing it, this means the output wood will use both lines of the factory rather than just one line of the belt. How come there's no... Oh, I didn't connect this to the main grid yet. That's fine. Didn't I? Sure. Extra wire. Let's queue up a few more of these. Okay, so these are pulling in. I think as much as it does take a while to organize like this, I think it's worth it for long-term projects. Like, quick builds are often better just to get things working. But I do enjoy planning things out. You know. Oh, I'm doing these. Dang it. No. I had it right the first time. Okay. And then I'll need those belts. But I don't know what directions it's coming from yet. So, sand and fertilizer. Fertilizer being the one that's difficult. The sand is here. But I only want it on one side of the lane, so let me just think for a second. Gotta use my old noggin. So I think yeah. That's how you do it. And I'm just bringing it down for now, because we need to add fertilizer outside and then link that up however we want to link it up. And I want to do the fertilizer over here. I kind of left space for it. Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Turn this up a bit. Good tune. Okay, let's start. No, we need the nitric acid labs to be next. Or sorry, the fertilizer labs. Because that will output, we're working backwards, so I need 2 of these. And it needs to to get added to that lane. They can be, double check what I need for these. The biomatter and the nitric acid. Maybe I'll just put them up here. The trees are nice and all, but they're kind of in the way. I know I spend a lot of time growing these trees, but they kind of in the way. So we'll grow more trees. It's fine. They're kind of in the way of where I want to build stuff, you know. Massive logging enterprise here. I don't have enough construction plots, clearly. All right. So I'll put it up in this area. So basically, because we want to share this line. It'll be easier. I actually want to on the other side. Hold on. Changed my mind a little bit with how I want this to work. It's gonna go this way. Yeah. Just for positioning. This will make it slightly easier. I want to keep it fairly close down here. Like that. We're gonna make fertilizer. So the goal, and we can connect up, you know, the greenhouses now. These guys make fertilizer pretty slowly. We don't need to do anything fancy for the output. We will need some power. So we need to get the nitric acid in and also the biomatter. And I mean, I said biomatter was slow. So getting that started early on is probably good. And then those will output onto this lane, which we will chop some trees down. Yeah, we'll do it like this. This is fine. So that'll be that side's input. Do a little bit of undergrounding here just to save me some space. And this will be the greenhouse input. And this is the biggest part of the build done, so once this is done, things will speed up a little bit. Ah. Excuse me, bots. I appear to have run out of construction materials. Apparently they forgot about me. It just takes them too long. We gotta do some more teching so our bots can move faster. I think I should probably pick up some red belts as well, just in case. A little bit extra. Thank you, bots. You're doing a fine job. Need more power. Okay, everything else is looking pretty decent. Went too far. Was looking at my inventory and I just flew past the construction area. Alright, and that'll get the sand preloaded. We just need to get fertilizer on there and bam, we'll be making so much wood. Alright. So, step next is biomatter because it's slow and we will need some room for the pipes. I'm not sure where I'm going to be piping it to yet, but we'll do something like this just to make sure there's some space. And we're going to have to pump, we have to belt in the biomass. What's the end game? Well, there's a lot of stuff going on. I need to get rocket science going, get into space, start doing new resources on new planets and stuff. There's a whole thing. We're kind of just in the middle right now, getting my first base sort of finalized. Once we start launching rockets, there should be some progression. But the reason we're, you know, if you missed it earlier, the reason we're doing all this wood stuff is we are significantly bottlenecked. As soon as I turn anything on, these green circuit boards are really, really limited by wood and also copper. But it's easy to add copper and iron into the system. Wood is a lot more work, so I'm really trying to upgrade my wood construction dramatically from 10 to 24, and these will all work at double the speed. So we're going from... We're like more than quadrupling our wood income so that it should last us a fair while. And it should be sustainable, hopefully. Okay, so bio. These are pretty big. They just need oxygen, which we're going to get from electrolysis, and petroleum, which we're just going to underground belt to. Yeah, nothing too complicated here. I don't need to get too fancy. I am encroaching on my sand a little bit, but that's fine. We don't do that, I think. I am building a little bit further on a little bit closer to my base than I was intending to, but... so we can share one, but not the other. Let's share the gas. That line up. And then we'll have the oxygen maybe go behind it or something. I know these things produce pretty slowly, so one regular inserter will be enough. Let's go pick up some efficiency modules while we're... I don't think we're going to strain our power network. I got them. It does all reduce the amount of biter attacks a little bit by polluting a bit less and using a bit less power, so... Okay, and then we can take the petroleum in right here. And if I use these fancy underground steel pipes, we can barely impact our base because they go so far. Which is very nice. Actually, there should be... No, there's no petroleum this far out. We gotta underground it. But this should be pretty close. Let's see... Right here can connect up if we want. No. Well, no, this is a mistake. Don't do that. This is an optional product. It's not connected to the main supply. Let's have a storage output that goes the way we want. That's probably smarter. Don't take it from the machines. Take it from the storage tanks. We can still connect it up here easy enough. Alright, don't need this. Alright, that's the petroleum covered, and like I said, our petroleum is practically infinite. We're not going to run out of that. I'm going to just temporarily throw down another condenser here just to get it started with oxygen. But this is not how we're going to do the oxygen once I've got the next step down. This is just to get this stuff started, basically, because it's pretty slow. Right, it's just going to take a while to get enough to get them started. Once they've got 50 oxygen, they'll turn on, and then they won't run out for ages. I'll probably want to have, like, a little buffer storage tank. Just because they use a lot when they turn on. It probably won't really matter. Are you... I think it's just that they're overfilling one at a time. They go in serial rather than parallel. So this guy's going to hold up hundreds and hundreds of oxygen, up to almost 1,000. Even though they use 50 a minute, he has like 1,000, so it's like 20 minutes worth of oxygen. So it just takes a while to fill them up. See, that's why I wanted that ahead of time. All right, good. So those are started. Next up is the acids. This was where we get a little bit more complicated. So we need nitric acid in. I've got my little chart up on the side. We only need one machine for this, and barely even that. It's rare metal, but we can probably just use a box for it. Ammonia, which we'll have to craft, and mineral water, which we'll have to pump in. I actually might just put it over here anyway. I wasn't planning on putting these things all so close together, but they seriously don't. They don't use very much. I don't want it to be super compact, but one of these machines is enough for... if I did the math right, one of these, if we get it running at full speed, will power 10 of these. I think. So we're very unlikely to ever need to parallel this machine up. So I'm gonna put just my... It's gonna be eventually a requester chest. Although for now we don't have access to those. And I'm just gonna throw rare metal into it manually. I'm gonna pick up a big stack. I'll have like a couple thousand of these. But they only consume 1 in 5 seconds to make 50 acid, which is more than we need. So like this should be fine. I could put a storage tank in here for a buffer. This is the problem of making things squishy. I do think I'm going to put 1 buffer in there. Maybe we do like this, because I've got to pump the liquids in anyway. So nitric acid out, fill up a tank, keep those running indefinitely. Put your metals in here. Oops. Your metals in here. Then we need mineral water. We'll go get mineral water first, and then we'll start backlogging into ammonia. We got to go a long way to get the mineral water in, so I'll use steel pipes. So they can go underground as far as possible. It would be really nice if they synced up. I'm going to actually make them sync up with the petroleum. It does make vertical construction a little bit better if you do it like this. Good for long-term planning. We need the mineral water from right here, so we can go down along this line. Probably going to run out of steel pipes, though. Gonna go at least 1 more. Let's connect it from the left, see where this comes out. So we have, you know, almost 200,000 mineral water stacked up. We do not need this much. Not even remotely close. So even just the 1 pump was surely more than we needed, which is good. I mean, this is keeping the build simple, and we'll have access to mineral water later on if we need it for something else. I had exactly enough steel pipes to connect that up. Beautiful. All right, that should be 2 major inputs. I will need more rare metals, but I can pick those up whenever. Actually, I'll do it right now, because if I don't do it now, I'll probably forget. One of the nice things about this is we set up a rare metal refinery, and I should probably stack up more than just that, but that's not infinite, because eventually something else will back up, but we have like 20,000 rare metals in there. We're good for a while, and given the demand, you know, 20,000 of these will last us probably longer than we'll need. Okay, ammonia. We're getting there. We only need 1 thing, and it's just hydrogen plus nitrogen. So this is another very simple one. We'll just put it kind of in line. I'm not going to put a storage tank for all this stuff. I just don't think it will really matter. So now we need the nitrogen and the oxygen. Or, sorry. hydrogen. Take a drink every time Blue mixes up hydrogen with nitrogen. It's not like you can explode things by switching out hydrogen with nitrogen or anything. Or it was helium to hydrogen that caused the big bad, if you know what I mean. No one would mix up hydrogen with oxygen. That would be silly. Let's see. We need the we need one atmospheric plant for the nitrogen. That's easy. These things, they don't use too much power. Not too bad. And then we need the electrolyzer, whatever. Oh, but I want the excess to go up. So we're going to put it here. I have to pump some water in anyway. Oops. That's not the... Okay, I'd like to switch the pipes around, but I don't think there's a way to alternate that, so... Well, we can just, do something like this. And then we need the hydrogen to go around, or whatever it is. Don't ask me. Blue flunks factorial chemistry. I don't know if this is 101. And we just gotta steal some water, which I almost lined up. Now, can iron pipes connect to steel pipes? Probably. Yeah. Beautiful. Now, electrolyzers do use a lot of power. If I didn't put these in, 2.5 megawatts is a lot, but it's the only way to get that oxygen that we need for this. Now, we don't need it much, right? We're only going to be using this, like I said, 20% of the time or 10% of the time or something. So it's not going to be on all the time, but it does use up quite a lot of power. And I want to take the excess oxygen and throw it into these. I don't think I'm going to need this anymore. But we do have one major problem with this. If either the hydrogen or the oxygen fill up, the machine will stop, and then the other half of the machine, the other half of the downstream part will stop working. So what I should calculate, I could put a flare stack on the end of both, and then this would just run all the time. I don't want this to run all the time. I want it to back up. So which side will back up first, and we'll put a flare stack on it. We're getting in 6 seconds. Okay, hold on. Pulling up my notepad again. This is extra credit, bonus marks. Electrolysis uses, it's a crafting speed of 1, right? Crafting speed of 1. 20 oxygen in 6 seconds. And hydrogen is 40 per 6 seconds. Yeah. Twice as much hydrogen. I mean, H2O. There's 2 hydrogens for every O. So that's fine. If these were running full speed, which they will almost, they will consume 50 oxygen. That's less than 1 per second times 5 is less than 5 per second. That's technically 2.5 per minute? No. No. 250 per minute. Is that the way to do it? 5 to 6 ratio sucks. It's... The math here is failing me. Let's just say not 5 per second, 4.5 per second. And that's oxygen. So 4.5 to 5-ish a second. The hydrogen, however, is a little bit difficult because I put the storage tank in here. But if my chart is correct, I'm only doing 20% of this nitric acid. So I only want to make 20%. 20%. That's 10 ammonia in 5 seconds. 2 per second. Well, no, it doesn't really matter that. Yeah, it does. So I want 10 ammonia per second. I do not want... Wait. This machine makes 10 per second. This machine needs to be 100%. I didn't go back to the speed on this thing, did I? You know, one electrolyzer might not even be enough. 40 hydrogen. Yeah, it's actually 40 in 6 seconds is not enough if you need 50 in 5 seconds. Do I? No. Maximum speed for this machine is 10 per second. I said 20%. 2 per second. Yeah, I only want 2 per second nitric acid. Or 2 per second... Yeah, 2 per second nitric acid. Which means... I don't need 10 per second ammonia. I need like 2. I'm completely lost. I only need 10 hydrogen per second. I'm making 4 times as much as I need. Right? I think. If we're using 10 hydrogen per second, but we need 4.5 to 5-ish oxygen per second, let's round up to 5. That's the ratio. 10 to 5 is 2 to 1 here. That means the oxygen, because we're not using quite as much oxygen, we're using a bit less than 5 per second. That means the oxygen will bottleneck the hydrogen eventually. It's pretty close though. So I think this is I'm still not 100% convinced. I think we put the flare stack here. We burn the excess oxygen. And the hydrogen will eventually back up. Is that gonna work? Well, the trees are already coming out, so the overall machine is working. Maybe I shouldn't have put this tank in here, I don't know. Alright, let's get the trees connected. Let's turn off these trees. Maybe. What are you doing, Blue? What are you doing? Can't quite make it all the way. Dang. Hey, at least the internet hasn't gone down. Okay. I still need the sand to go up here for the quartz until I replace that. I could keep this running for now. Maybe just use it to power whatever I'm powering over there. Well, that's really just... this is just used for... first aid kits? This entire line is for first aid kits. It's a little bit of spaghetti there. The Coke comes from on the top. Interesting. Let's redistribute this. So I will split off a little bit of wood for the first aid kits. And then the real line goes up. And we will allow, if there's any room, these old machines to add into it. But we wanna super speed this belt. Get it up into the electronic circuit board makers. And see what happens, because I think we need the red belt anyway. We might even need 2 lines for the wood anyway, so. And this was split off just for the old steel maker. A lot of roundabout just to get the wood where I need it. You can kind of see how the aging factory comes to be. Alright, and then it flies by all the stuff that uses wood. And that's it. But maybe we can extend it a little bit. I don't know. I'm sure as soon as this turns on, we're going to run out of copper. But hey, let's start researching and see what happens. Let's get some weird train stuff out of the way. And see things start moving. Also, because I want more bots, let's turn the bot makers on. That always slows things down. Everything's been backfilled about as much as it's going to backfill, I think. Alright, they're starting to take. Let's make those bots. We can't even really do logistics bots. Let's just make like 100. Or as many as we can, make a bunch of construction bots. Let's even steal from this chest just to make it even more of a drain on the electronic circuits. So I really want to see how long we can keep up with it. You gotta stress test it a little bit. Alright, look! We got lots of wood, and there's not enough copper cables. Isn't that just hilarious? Actually, I do know that they probably need double fast inserters for the wood anyway. If they were ever to go full speed, because we use 6 per second. Well, the research is going. Sure, rockets, why not? I don't know. Bunch of stuff I probably don't really care about. So how can we How can we fix the cables? This is just not enough cables. How many cables are these things using? Oh, geesh. Also 6 per second. Whew. Yeah, we need way more. I mean, we could turn these... We could speed this belt up or something and... see how long our copper can keep up. I think I had a reason for these going down, but I forget what it was. Oh, it was so that some of them would get past this line, so that they didn't just eat it all. Well, that's silly. It's not that bad. It's just I have different priorities now, so I changed my mind. Alright, we need so much more. Alright, we're gonna go, now that we've got red belts available, we can change this up a little bit. For one, I can squeeze another machine in here. Oops. Let's keep researching so we can stress test it some more while we're basically just wrapping up our kind of old tech that doesn't really make too much difference for us. Alright, so the thing is, one side of the belt starts filling up pretty quickly. Switch this around. Stop that. They eat one plate to give 2 cables. So if you're just trying to keep things even, you can do red inserters and then blue outserters. That's how it works, right? In and out. I mean, this is still probably nowhere near enough. We're up to 7 instead of like 3-ish. Now these guys are getting 7. It's still being split though because there's stuff up here that's eating cables as well. Honestly, I think we just need to add a lot more cable. We're not there yet. I still want this to be the main join, so I'll probably put some more machines that run the other direction. So we just need to move this around a little bit, make some more space. Just rebuild my whole base. This is very, very spaghettied. Just a slight adjustment. No big deal. It only hurts if you look at it too closely. Okay, we need some more assemblers. Oh. No. Factorio, the bottleneck game. What will be your bottleneck today, sir? Copper. Well, we're stress testing the heck out of this base. Next tech. I guess we keep upgrading the dumb braking force. This is the last one for our trains. It does literally nothing because I'm not doing trains, but maybe one day I'll build a train. Alright, we need so much more copper. What's going on with this copper? Thank you. I'm gonna get to the bottom here and find out we're not making, like, any copper. Excuse me. So, what's going on? Well, we're smelting. It's just not enough. It's just never enough. Thought there'd be something broken down here, but no. It's just not enough copper. I think we're gonna move the smeltery out of the base. And just smelt a bunch back there. And I'll use electric furnaces next. Actually got quite a fair number. Alright, this is another fairly major upgrade switcheroo, but just chasing down those bottlenecks. So the copper comes in from up here, and it'll keep coming in for a while. So we can use like this line or something and just smelt it over here instead. In a larger production. Because we don't need any, It's a bit easier to do with the electric furnaces. I don't have to worry about moving the coal around. I'm pretty sure one of the reasons everything is hooked up the way it is was just because I needed coal and I didn't have the electric furnaces tech when I was adding that last line. So now we can do it a little differently, a little simpler. Can't remember if we needed the fast inserters for these, so we'll just use them. Okay, let's get some more really important research done, like recycling. And these guys are going to have an output here. Can you guess how I'm going to hook this all up in a second? It's going to be really smart. Because you're probably looking at this being like, Blue, that's not enough electric furnaces. Well, will this help answer your question? Maybe. Oops. Dang it. Don't hold shift down unless you want the bots to build stuff. Okay, and then for the power. Easy. Okay. And I mean, I have no idea if we're producing enough copper at this point. That's another question for 10 minutes from now, Ankylo. I do know that I'm going to start using red belts for practically everything. Hey. Who put that rock in my way? Was it you, David? Or was it you, Squatch Meal? Alright, that should... Honestly, it should dry up all of my copper ingot line. I'm just gonna let this finish cooking at the old smelters. Once this catches up, if it can. We'll do this preemptively, so if I need to increase the mining throughput, we can. All of this just to get more, what am I trying to say? More electric circuit boards. Those, NVIDIA, you know, graphics cards this generation, real expensive, so we gotta really invest in our own private circuit board manufacturer. Gotta get those wafer chips cost down. I'm sure I built those sentinels planning to put them down on all the edges of my base so we could see stuff. But, who am I kidding? Alright, a little bit tidier. You know what? This wall really isn't accomplishing anything, bots. Some work for you. Alright, so. Back to copper. Our base will be shutting down if I don't connect the outputs pretty soon on the copper smelting. Oh look, we even mined it with red belts. I just didn't connect it. Give me whatever you want. Alright, so it should be... These guys are basically dried up. So we can just, again, beautiful. Pick that up for me. Clean all that up. And then we just connect. We won't need the coal either, to be honest. At least not that coal. I don't want to make too many adjustments right now. So while the bots are doing that, let's just connect up the old the new copper line, same as the old copper line. It's funny. I don't remember why I put those there, so they're gone. I think it was just not enough copper. Well, no, we'll have to split some off. If I don't continue that, we're gonna have problems. Don't let me forget. Split a little bit of copper off down there. I would never have built something like that without some sort of reason. Probably. Alright, lots of copper incoming. More than we were cooking, pretty sure. But we do need to break off a little bit. I need it to be only on one side, though. So... Once again, blue has to get tricky. Oh no, my walls are being attacked at the north. It's fine, it's fine. It's not like we're polluting up here. Actually, the flamethrowers turned on. That's how I know we're fine. The pollution is because of the flamethrowers, so we're good. Okay, we gotta do this stupidly. Yeah, I'll say it. That keeps that going. We just need a little bit of copper for whatever silly project this was on. Nope. That's the right idea, the wrong execution. This is gonna take up a lot more space than it should. seems really dumb, but I don't know what else I can do right now. We need... like this. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Don't get me wrong. This is fine. Okay, that makes sure that continues to work. Now we just need to reconnect the things that use copper. Boy, these are some old parts of my base. We still have the small electric poles. Alright, let's follow this copper in. So we should, once this yellow line backs up, be getting a lot more copper for our wires. Looks like they're all working, and I wanted more copper so that I can add more of these machines down here, because that was the whole point. Need some sensible power connections. And then we're going to have cables out. And I'm going to draw them to the left. Because I want them to connect up over here. No. Not quite like that, though. Recycling. We can make a recycling machine. Great. Life support facility. Oh, boy. I mean, we're not really ready to go to space, but eventually we'll need this, right? Let's, I haven't actually even made any laser turrets, but let's make our laser turrets better in preparation for needing laser turrets. Alright, so we're gonna do it like this. Once again, couple extra steps. No, that doesn't work. That would have connected up with that line. Building a factory is hard work, guys. Alright. Now that should connect up. I guess, strictly speaking, that's better, because those share anyway. Yeah. That's a better belt join. 2 in, but then they're shared into 2 out. They don't stay. This one, every item on this belt has 50-50 up, like left, right, and everyone on this one goes left, right. So it's... that should actually be better. For all your silly cable projects at home, follow BlueAnkylo to learn how to best make a spaghetti-built nightmare of a cabling situation. Sure. More lasers. Everyone likes lasers. Now, we are struggling... So, I changed my mind. Yeah. There we go. What? You destroyed a wall? Oh no, what'll we do? Alright, we are finally producing more cables than we're using, and we've got enough copper to fund it. The fires of industry. Polluting the world. We're actually making almost exactly enough copper cables for the build. Now we gotta wreck it. You thought you had enough copper cables. Blue says. Increase throughput further down the factory chain. Alright, we'll just go 50% more electronic circuits, although, you know, those of you keen-eyed viewers may notice the next problem. If there's light, then you might notice the problem. We could... Is there a reason it's on one side of the belt? No, it gets split. That will always be on that side of the belt. That will always be on that side of the belt. So we can have the full belt here before it gets split. If that would help. Would it help? Well, it's either that or we use a lot more red belts. And we can just use the red belts. And then we're still... 1 full red lines equals 2 full yellow lines. Excellent. If I build an impulse rifle, which I don't even know if I know how to do. Alright, this is looking good. Well, we ran out of copper cables again. Probably because we ran out of copper. We only had enough to keep it going for a little bit. Wow. Copper, huh? Copper? Where's all my copper? Blue, you're not mining even half enough. Fine, we got lots of spare miners, right? We did unlock recycling facility. I don't know if we need any of these. I'll build one. Oops. Killed some other random item accidentally. We've also unlocked landfill. Oh, hey, that's good. That's actually quite nice for terraforming. We can recycle the electric poles, so I guess that's something you can do with those. And we can make explosive rockets and more, like, defender bots. Sure. Need some rare metal. Ooh, only 1 row of tech. It's gonna feel really nice once we have all the tech caught up. I'm gonna pick up all that rare metal. Restock my wood, because right now, technically, if I don't move rare metal over, my fully automated wood will stop, because it's not fully automated. I mean, I'm pretty sure this will last a very, very long time, but it would still really suck if we ran out and this all bottlenecked. I haven't actually checked the throughput on the wood yet. Maybe the parts at the back. You know, hey, are you guys getting enough stuff? The belts are full. That's a good sign. Yeah. Yeah. If the belts are full all the way back to here, then no problem. Alright, where was I going? Copper mines needed rare metal. Because I built a whole bunch of electric furnaces thinking, hey, that'll fix my copper problem. And it wood, but it needs the ore. It's very hungry. I am a little bit concerned that we're going to burn through this patch of copper in like 10 seconds. Okay, this one's a little bit of sneaky singing. I like that song. It's not even that bad, but just a tiny little bit of singing gets in there. It throws me off my commentary. Alright, we're going to have to... Oops, that's not what I want. I always do this. I misjudge the location, the connection on the Mark II miners. It doesn't really matter. They've got such a nice collection radius. It's I really like these kinds of miners. And we are getting 20% extra copper per mine, right? We got a 20% passive productivity bonus, which is, you know, extending the life of our copper supply. I should check my power. Actually, might be a good time for that. We're using a little bit of steam. If everything turns on, we use a bit of steam. Well, that's fine. We're using clean steam, so it's not even that big a deal. The belt... This was just a load balancer. The line can hold more. Say that's probably enough. Well, once again, we should probably be blending them rather than just throwing them on there like that. So there's less gaps. The load balancer is less important now. Let me get rid of it. So we might be making maybe more copper than a red belt can carry. No, once the machines finish their backlog. It's pretty full. I could fit a couple more. Let's put down all of my miners. Don't be stingy, Blue. Put them all down. I did it again. But now we won't have enough iron. You know how Factorio, the loop goes, right? As soon as you fix one bottleneck, you just find another. Alright. It's technically filling up the right input a little bit more than I'd like. These are starting to back up. There's not a lot of space left on this line, though. There is still some on the left. So what we need is actually to do the bad connector. Well, prioritizing. This side prioritizes the left side of the lane. This side prioritizes the right side of the lane. Once it catches up, it might load balance. Wow. They're pretty full one way or the other. It's also possible I don't have enough smelting to keep up with all this. Yep. We've maxed out our electric furnaces. That's fine. As long as you maxed out the electric furnaces, right? This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22 copper furnaces that craft at double speeds and give us 15 copper every 24 seconds each. So, you know, whatever. It's actually not as much. It takes up a lot of space. It looks like a lot, but we probably need more furnaces. Anyway, we have once again provided enough copper for the cables for the green circuits, which are now backed up finally. Finally, the green circuits are backed up. This has never happened before while we're researching. Is there a new bottleneck? Science is looking good. Red and green probably are starting to catch up now because they were very much limited. The red and green science cards were very much limited by the green cards. And whatever else they got. So we could speed them up. I think if we keep sciencing 100%, we might eventually run out of red or green. It'll take a while, but keep it up at full speed. This is the most science. This is the nerdiest nerd we've ever nerded. And what is this game other than always increasing production? Thinking. I forget how this is supposed to connect up. That was there. So that's on that side. Okay, that should work. Alright, a little bit more red. Let's keep the science going. Oh, less than one row. We're almost done. Let's... Lithium? I don't even know what we need lithium for. Lots of stuff. Actually, better robot batteries might not be bad. Let's go down lithium. Now, I feel like the next bottleneck will be the green science anyway, because they're pretty even in production. Adding an extra run of... I mean, I could add another red, sorta. Blank tech cards are right in the way. No, I could do another one. You watch me. Watch this. Here we go, indeed. We got this, guys. Bam. That's all we needed, right? Haha. Alright. So we got 5 reds and 5 greens because they were our slower sciencers, I guess. Let's try slightly. Alright, so that's a 25% science output increase. Maybe that can keep up with our research. Depends on the tech. Like, some techs go much quicker than others. I think at the 60-second per cycle ones, we probably produce enough to keep it going with our number of labs, but the blue science is not fully backed up either. White and yellow are fine. Let's go check the blue, the best of science. Now, there's only 4 of these guys. Could I get a 5th? I'd have to mess around with the acid. It's kind of tricky. To get the acid over here. Let me think about this for a second. Yeah. I could probably figure a way out. So the trickiest part will be the acid. But I'm pretty sure I can figure a way out. So, if I leave a little gap on here, which needs to pipe in here. Easy. Every time. Use the... I'm going to make a steel pipe just to make sure it goes further. Yeah. Beautiful. Honestly, easier to hook up than I was expecting. Bam! 5. We're so science-y. Cool. Cool, cool. How's the bots doing? Are they still working? They made me another 100 robot frames. How are those green engines doing? That was one that was always running out of green science too. Was these guys? Oh yeah, I'm gonna stock up more of these now that this is full. Definitely having more, because we need this for a lot of crafting as we get to higher tech stuff. This is our most complicated engine, so having a nice stash of these will be good. Alright, this is looking good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Alright, so the wood, I would say, was a great success. We had to increase the copper, but copper was easy, so that's why we started the wood. Now we're making tons of wood. I mean, honestly, hundreds of wood in backlog. We probably don't need this wood constructor at all right now, but, you know, I've got my backup. Sure, we're always under attack. But that's keeping the electronic circuits going 100%. Until, basically what we're at now is we're all good until we run out of copper ore. And I should check my iron out while I'm thinking about it. Iron is looking okay. We haven't upgraded it to the electric furnaces yet. That's another project is, you know, we got the copper kind of upgraded. Iron just didn't have a lot of space, but these mines will start running out and we'll have to expand the production up here a bit. But that shouldn't be too hard. We can remove some of the wind farm and that'll give us some more longevity to the base. Also, while I'm here, let's clean up some projects that have been left for a little bit too long. Old defenses that we don't need. Also some cliffs that are surely going to get in the way when we expand our base. Rocks, you know. Give the bot something to do. And we can use the robots to place down the wind turbines pretty nice as well, but this is fine. Let's do a quick base check-in. Make sure everything's... We've been away for a while here. Let's make sure everything's looking good. This is our old coal mine, and hey, look, we don't use tons of coal, but we should make sure it keeps running, and I'm gonna go pick up some more efficiency first, because one thing I definitely feel like is coal being one of the more polluty of the items you know, fuels that you harvest. I like having these miners at least produce a little bit less. Let's rehook these up. This coal will last us a while. Now that we're switching over to more and more electric furnaces, and we're not making coal into power, like eventually we'll be, other than coke for steel, we won't really need coal at all. And we could technically turn, no, well, you can turn fuel into coal, right? So you can turn your gas into coal eventually. But that's a lot of extra work. I don't know. Like, I think there is a way to technically not need to mine coal ever again, but not so automatic. Okay, this seems to be working. Now, we did have this old, fancy-dancy, seems to still be working, rare metal mine up here that we didn't really ever need for anything, but what's going on here? Oh, the... I feel like there were a couple machines here at some point, and then maybe some biters came on through, turned it all off. In fact, I remember having like a chest with like a full chest of rare metals over here that got destroyed before we fully walled this area in. So that kind of sucks. Let's take the lithium batteries. We could... How do you make lithium? Lithium chloride. Mineral water plus hydrogen chloride. So you can do this at the electrolyzer. You can get hydrogen chloride with chlorine and all that. Yeah, I forgot. It wouldn't have hurt as bad if I'd remembered to rebuild these mines that were connected to the acid. The chlorine might as well be acid. So unfortunately, we haven't been refilling the rare metal chest all this time, so it hurts extra bad. Whoops. We can fix it while we're here. This is why I gotta do those base recaps every now and then. Yeah, so lithium we could do. Is this lithium in real life? What is lithium? Isn't lithium... It's its own chemical, its own atom, isn't it? Li? So you... Maybe mineral water has lithium in it or something. I don't know. This is chemistry beyond Blue's specialty. Factorio teaching us chemistry. Someone look up how to make lithium. Anyway, we'll get our rare metal. It's a pretty small patch. This won't last too long, but at least let's make sure we get it. This will get us almost all of it. Yeah, that's right. Lithium. Go straight to the middle of a star. Easy. Maybe one day. Why are you not working? You know, probably because the inserter got destroyed by biters. Although, honestly... Hold on. This is the old-fashioned way of cooking. We've upgraded. Let's go with the upgrade. Sorry, I bumped the mic if you heard it. Sometimes my mic can be super sensitive, so. Alright. Powered up. Set recipe. Cook metal. Just copy. Then I can throw in my efficiency mods. Yeah, it's way better than burning coal. Way better. Less pollution. Faster. Well, it's the same speed, but, you know, I would like to say it's faster because you don't have to belt stuff around. And I'll easily expandable as well. Alright, there we go. 30 kilowatts. That's more smelting than we need, technically. I did have a little anti-polluter up here, but we can't logistical belt that right now, so... Yeah, if I remember correctly, the raw, rare metal stuff, it mines pretty slowly. Like, this is, so far, the most difficult thing to mine we've got. But, looks like we can keep 2 or 3 furnaces going. We could double dip a little bit there. Seeing as they share acid, it makes it pretty easy. Just share acid with your friends and your neighbors. It's really proximity based, you know. Demonetize. Oh, there's a little bit more over there we could use. Sure, we'll hook these up. Something like this. Belts are practically free anyway. It's not like making a long line of those. Okay, so we get a fair amount of raw metal, rare metal. Also, ammunition. I should should automate all this stuff. But will I? Once I've got logistic bots that can move stuff around, I figure it's just gonna be so much easier to automate. That's what I'm waiting for. Anyway, speaking of lithium batteries, I forgot to actually click go. And we do have, like, tree wall. Oh, I did put flamethrower turrets up here. I thought I forgot to do that. Nah, we're good. I think what I was going to do was put either sentinels or radar up here so we could see. But this wall is pretty well defended. There's a whole bunch of regular turrets plus flamethrower turrets. Yeah, we're doing great. Oh, it was more the bot system. Right. I've got a bunch of roboports. Let's do that while I'm up here. Because they can repair the wall. That's the thing I forgot about. That was the next step. And they can clean up, they can do some terraforming for me and all that. Yeah. Okay, roboports. Oops. That just doesn't quite connect to the right wall, which sucks. Hate that when you're like one tile short. But... how are we doing? I think we're going to be attacked on this side more than the left side. So let's keep going down here. We have to build some more roboports. This is good. This connects up a bunch of stuff that I hadn't forgotten about, but, you know. Power. Yeah, there's no power over here, too. That's another thing this technically helps us out with, is once this gets all connected, if we want to upgrade to, like, laser turrets or something... we'll be ready for it. Oh, hey, bots. The last thing I'll want to do will be... That should power it all up. This'll... Maybe? Yeah. Just takes a second to power up. Put some storage chests down here, too. Okay, better robot batteries. Worker robot battery plus 40%. If that's like just a passive upgrade, all we needed to do was research lithium batteries. We didn't have to actually build any. I haven't even built regular batteries. Copper, lithium, sulfuric acid. The other type of battery... I don't even remember, but I haven't built that either. I haven't really got into battery. No, I've got a box of batteries. It's copper, iron, and sulfuric acid. So instead of iron, we're using lithium. Does that make it better? Probably. But yeah, that technically gives us, you know, a passive upgrade. So might as well do that. And I'm going to want some storage chests. Let's look here. Well, it doesn't tell you the difference. There's a battery, which is copper, iron, sulfuric acid. And then there's lithium sulfur batteries. I feel like iron is a classic old school battery element because it's like the free ions or the neutral or the negative ions on iron transfer really easily or something like that. That's why it's so conductive, if I remember correctly. A lot of the normal metals are doing that, but maybe lithium is like even more than that or something. I don't know. Chemistry, you know, in a different life, Blue might be a chemist. I like a lot of the sciences. I mean, you know, gamer, nerd, you know, it's not that unusual, but chemistry was always kind of interesting. I didn't have a lot of good, like, chemistry teachers or classes back in the old school era, and that kind of sucked a lot of the fun out of it. I wonder how often that happens. People, like, probably a lot. How many people miss their, you know, calling or something they'd be really good at just because the way they were exposed to it, whether it was teachers or, you know, early days in the workforce or something, just really, you know, ruined the experience for you, you know? I've heard, like, with math, that's pretty common, where people tend, like, lots of people say, oh, I'm just bad at math, but what seems to happen is that everyone's, like, decent at math, generally speaking, and then you get, like, 1 year with a bad teacher where you fall behind, and then every year after that, you just fall further behind until eventually, like, yeah, clearly I don't know how to do math. But it wasn't really you, it was just, you know, back in, like, grade 8 or grade 7 or something, bad teacher, or just you never quite clicked with something you're supposed to learn, and then next year they just assumed you'd learned it, and from then on, it was just all downhill. Never really get a chance to catch up. Something like that. It's been a while since I remember reading that. Made sense for me, though. Okay, the bot network has expanded to cover most of my walls. If I can make one more Roboport, we could cover them all. Can I make one more Roboport, though? Yes. Man, this is my favorite line of defenses. 2 flamethrower turrets with some ammo, and everything just gets roasted. It's great. That's a good one. That's the best defense. Alright, let's connect these up. Alright, and that should be the whole base. Relatively sustainable. Like, technically the ammunition does need to get refilled, but the walls get repaired and replaced. The bots can also replace turrets and stuff. They just can't refill the ammunition. Whatever I've got in the network, they can just figure it out. Alright, good. How's the power looking? We're barely even touching our steam. Wind's still covering like 90+% of our power. It's great. Science is looking good. Blue's backed up. Red, green are backed up. That's what I wanted. Make sure I make enough science that it's not running out. Yeah. It's good. Alright. Well, we're kind of free for our next project, I think. Oh, I was going to throw down... I made that recycler. This is kind of my test zone. Let me throw that down just so I can see how it works. So, you can make landfill out of the base ores. That seems like a waste. Yeah, you can make landfill out of real ore, but you can also make landfill out of sand. And then you can make poles into their minor parts. So if you... I mean, that's cool. You can recycle radar, wood pole, electric pole, cargo pods, data cards. I don't know what any of that is. Scraps. Barrels. You can... Actually, that's nice. Because you... One of the ways to transfer liquids, right? If you want to use a train or something, is you put a bunch of oil or whatever into barrels. You fill it up, fuel or whatever. Put it into a train. And then unload and then empty the barrels. But then you got a bunch of barrels laying around. With this, you can automate the recycling of the barrel back into steel. And then use that for something else if you want, I guess. That's fair. Bunch of other stuff that we don't really need. Or have no idea how to make. But yeah, mostly the electric systems, barrels, and some space stuff. So probably not relevant, but good to know about for future builds. Is there anything else we've learned? I mean, I don't know what those batteries are for yet. Because, like, our regular batteries, if we want to put them in our modular armor, have 10 megajoules, and these things are made out of, probably the regular batteries, right? Maybe the Mark 2s and 3s use lithium or something. Let's see. Battery. So regular batteries... Products. Battery. Ingredients. So you use batteries like... Hey, good job, delivery service. You use regular batteries for laser turrets... whatever an energy absorber is, meteor defense, personal batteries, umbrellas, efficiency modules, and railgun ammo. So regular batteries get used in a lot of stuff. Also robots, accumulators, all kinds of stuff. When do you use lithium sulfur? Oh, way higher tech. Mark 3. Alright. There is no reason to make lithium sulfur batteries right now. I mean, it sounds awesome. Tesla gun, pylons, you must construct additional shields, space, all kinds of cool stuff. But yeah, that's so far away that, yeah, no reason to worry about that. So cool battery tech, just not important right now. So other than that, I don't know any reason to build the lithium, so... I think we could make lithium and lithium batteries, but I don't think there's any reason to do it right now. Other than the research to get us more passive worker robot energy. Okay, one of the things... This will research real quick. This has actually got like 4 or 5 upgrades. This is just like how many of these garbage robots will follow you around. Life support. Oh, this gives you better med packs. Oh. Heavy oil, water, first aid, and plastic. So, how does heavy oil help heal you if you've been cut? I mean, plastic, you could make a splint or something. There's probably plastic bandages that are sanitary or something. You can make, like, crummy knives out of plastic. Water, you know, sure, it's always nice to be sanitary. But how does the heavy oil heal you? Riddle me that one. Our typical med packs are made out of fish, wood, you know, alien poop. Now we're adding oil and plastic. Huh. Let's pick one of these anyway. Man, there's so much research to research. We could get into rockets. Rockets. Let's get the ore enrichment out of the way. I mean, I talked about this last time. I don't know if this is worth it. This is a lot of work to get. I think it's like 25% more plates out of your ore. But it's a lot of work, kind of like the trees. So maybe we should do it. Let's research it anyway. Essential oil. You know, essential oil, I just want to throw it out there in case people don't know. I'm sure most people know. It's a scam word. The phrase essential oil means literally nothing. It's just oil from a plant. But if I remember correctly, literally any biological material, plant or animal, can be turned into oil. You just squish it, basically. High enough pressure, grind it down, you always get oil eventually. And the gimmick, apparently, about essential oil is something about, like, oh, this plant, you know, has a special oil that has curative powers, or, you know, whatever the sales pitch is. But there's no, like, legal definition for essential. Essential is, like, it's, you might think, oh, essential, you need that to live. No. No, it's a marketing word for sure. It's just one of those things that kind of low-key bugs me, but I mean, honestly, heavy oil is essential. Yeah, we need it to make tires and flamethrowers. And, our robots probably need heavy oil to keep lubricated. You know, that's fair. It's essential for the robots. Just not essential for humans, probably. Anyway, let's not get into it too deep. What am I gonna do next? I need like a project, an easy project. We could do ore enrichment next, just to do it and say we know how to do it. I'm pretty sure it does extend the viability of our copper. Like, we could just extend this area to be ore enrichment and take the copper ore and make it better, basically. And maybe that's what we'll do. Because, well, for one, we could also put a lot more furnaces down. But, we're not even using it that fast right now. I could also, like, landfill this whole area. What do I need to make landfill? This might be nice to have for terraforming, to automate that quick. It's just stone or sand, a ton of sand or some stone. Let's go look at let's find out if it's better to make stone or sand. What's the ratios? So you get 2.5 sand per stone in this machine. You can make 1 landfill for 50 stone, or 1 landfill for 200 sand. That's 4. So I think you're better off just using stone, right? 1 stone makes 2.5 sand, but you're using 4 sand per stone. And that's a ton of logistics. To move 200 per second might not be super plausible. So let's just throw down a couple quick assemblers. I probably could have done this a long time ago. I just missed it. Clean up your inventory, Blue. No one wants to see all this stuff. Might be about time to switch to a new soundtrack as well. Oh, run attack. Interruptions. Oh, one of my forward gun bases. I forgot about them. They're beyond the wall. This is the beyond the wall, the hunting expedition that we forgot about. They're fighting White Walkers over on the east, and I forgot about them. Oh well. What machine do I need? Probably just a crafter, right? Looks like they're outgunned. So this little base will fall. That's fine. I don't care. I'm not even going to bother saving it. We're going to get some alerts for a little bit. So let's do a 2-pack of landfill. We're just gonna take... Oh, you could make land... So, if you add water, which is mostly free, you actually make landfill much more efficiently. That's... Alright. You got me again. Good job. Surely there's some water around here somewhere I'll be able to pipe in. And I can just use this line of sand. The thing, if I'm worried about anything, is that we're gonna need like a ton of I actually don't think we can even insert it fast enough. Hey, they're dirigible. That's at best 100 sand per second. I cannot. No. There's no. That's not how this works. I can get 2, 4, 6, maybe 8, 10, 12 a second. That's not enough. So we're just gonna have one, and it'll go as fast as it can go. Oh, wait. This is where stack inserters save me. This thing has a ton of sand in it. These will insert at least double speed, or stack inserters. Now we're getting fancy. This will be our first use of these things. I still don't think they'll keep up, but it'll be closer. Alright, we do need to get the water. We can use a normal inserter for the chest. That will be fine. I'll even put it in a passive provider chest. Then the bots can fill in it. In the end, everything is sand and water. Well... To a large degree, you know, you're not wrong. Alright, so these will fill it up 5 per move, I think. Something like that. But we need the water. And we need to be in... We're actually out of RoboNet. Apparently. Is there any water? I feel like I had a pump right here. So we're using that for concrete. Oh yeah, I meant to keep this concrete chest going. I keep forgetting to refill it. We've got a good amount of concrete, but we need these fancy walls. And okay, we got a lot of concrete walls. Okay, there's another upgrade to these too. We've got stone walls, we've got concrete walls, but then we could make spiked steel walls. And we take stone bricks, turn them into walls, add concrete, they become concrete walls that look pretty nice. And if we upgrade them again, we could make them spiky. And we'd have to add a lot of steel. I don't think it's worth it. Not in bulk. 5 steel per wall is a lot of steel. I think you want to make... At this point of tech, you probably want to make most of your base with concrete walls. And then maybe put some spike walls in key locations. But they're pretty expensive. I changed my mind. And also, I can craft them up half a second. So if I want some... If you have a stack of steel and a bunch of concrete walls, you can just upgrade them pretty quick if you want. Yeah, no need to put that in a machine. Okay, ore enrichment, maybe. Let's get everything except rocket tech, because I'm avoiding it. Put another stack of this. I just want to make sure we got lots of concrete for one day later when we come back. I am supposed to be building my landfill, which needs a roboport and water. Water was the reason I came over here. We can belt some pipes of water. Look at that. Hardly an inconvenience. Just leave nice little gaps in your base and you'll be able to keep doing this for a while. Yeah, we still cannot fill the sand up anywhere near fast enough. But I think stack inserters are as good as we're going to get. I think. I'm pretty sure they move at the speed of a fast inserter, but can carry more. Yeah, their hand stack size is 1+4. And instead of 2, they move 5 per move. And I think they move at the same speed as a fast inserter. So, I don't think we can do any better than that. Alright, let's get this in our network. Try to make sure everything's covered. It's not a very well-designed robot network, but your first robot network is never super well-designed, right? You just put them down where they fit. Maybe that's how everyone does it forever. I don't know. Alright, so we'll get some landfill, and it will be in the network. So that means the bots, if I tell them to, can refill lakes and stuff to make my life easier. So this is going... I guess... Okay, hold on. This is silly. Totally overkill. 100% redundant. Can you see what we're doing? Definitely worth it, right? All just to have more landfill. I mean, we can build lots of it. Just gotta wait for this to finish. I'll need some more inserters. Alright, give me all the stupid robot follower tech. Oops, dang it. Go, go, go. You're going at the speed of light, like Sonic. And we'll let them output a bit more into the main line. Wouldn't want to run out of sand. Not like it's gonna happen. Alright. So we're able to make... Well, not full speed, but twice as fast as we were. Mostly infinite water and as much rocks into sand as we want to smash. Which does cost us some power and stuff. Like, it's not free. But until we run out of rocks, which will take a while, a whole bunch of landfill will start filling it up. And it's pretty slow. Like, this... I think there's a reason I did it like this, and it's not a bad reason. A lot of these constructions... When we want to fill in an ocean, we're going to need, like, probably thousands of this stuff, so... Let's queue it up. Get it automated. Actually, I think the inserters pull it out quicker than it gets crafted. It's not so much... It's not really the inserters limiting us anymore. It's 1 second to make 7.5, and these can pull out 10 per second, I think. So the speed here will be the same even with just one stack inserter. I think. Alright. Righto. Where to next? What's next on Blue's, mystery box of excitement? We've unlocked... Right. Let's Let's go investigating ore enrichment. Probably better to learn how to do it early than to wait till the game's over and then be like, I never did one of the main, efficiency loops. Maybe it won't be that bad in practice. It's just a lot of extra steps. Let me craft up some more. 10 of those. Also some more armor-piercing ammo. I should really automate a lot of that, but it's going to take me a second to figure out what we're doing over here. Okay, so if we want to upgrade the copper, one good thing is there's water right here. I'm going to need to look at some recipes here. We want enriched copper, so we have to use a chemical plant. And we need sulfuric acid, which isn't that hard, but it does consume something. So it's not like a free upgrade. It does cost you some petroleum. How's my chemical plants? I got a few. Okay, let's do the old see what we need kind of check. So, enrich copper. Water. That's fine. Basically free. 25 water, 3 seconds, no big deal. You get 9 copper into 9 enriched copper. And you're enriching it with acid. So this does use 1 acid per second per plant. And we probably need more than 1. To keep up with all the mega processing. Now, 1 acid per session, whatever. This, see, I actually haven't fully automated it, because right now it only runs if I keep the iron stock down here. But we can make 50 acid per second as long as we keep the iron coming in. So that's fine. We make acid super fast. That's not a problem. Acid, there's a reason we've got millions of acid in the tank. If I just remember to fill this up with iron, it'll run indefinitely. Not indefinitely, but yeah. And then the sulfur, just for reference, 60 petroleum to make 4. That's 15 gas per sulfur. And that's 150 gas to make 100 acid. So you get about 2/3 of your gas into acid, and you got to add iron to keep it running. Once we have active requesters, this will all be automated, but we can't do that yet. The amount of acid we're using in the rest of the base, there's probably a way. Where's your production? We can actually probably just, I haven't shown the screen yet. I mean, we're consuming so little acid, it doesn't even really show up. We're using... Well, that's not right. That's like... That must have been like storing it or something. There's no way we're consuming 300 per minute, I don't think. Over a long amount of time, that might be closer to what we're actually doing. Because we're able to produce it at thousands per minute anyway. In the last 5 seconds, we've been making tons. All right, it's hard to read this without paying more attention. Sure, let's have more robots. It's not like they're gonna take over the world or anything. Anyway, my point is 1 acid per second. We can make it work. But then we have to manage the dirty water. Is managing the dirty water worth it? Or do you just burn it? Because we could just burn it. Dirty water. So we could filter the dirty water and get occasionally some copper. What would we do with the stone, though? I don't really have a way of... I don't have like a black hole that can suck up physical objects. Like, I could feed the copper ore back into the system to get slightly more copper out than we put in. I think I did the math, though, last time. You get 25 dirty water per loop, and each loop is 9 copper ore. 25 dirty water. You need 4 of those, right? To run this once, yeah. So that's 36 copper being processed to get enough dirty water to do 1 of these. And you get a 10% chance of getting 1 copper back. So you're getting every 9, 18... I think if I'm doing it right, every 36 copper, you have a 10% chance of getting an extra ore. So basically, you know, accounting for percentages, 10 times that, every 360 ore, you get 1 extra. It's a 0.36% productivity increase. I think less than 1%, right? Like 0.36%. I don't think that's worth it. The power, the handling the stone for less than 0.5% of production. I think we just burn the water. Now, technically, burning the water causes some pollution, but I don't think I care. This will also keep the build a lot simpler if we just throw in a couple flare stacks, which are in here somewhere. And at least that makes this kind of an easier build. So probably what I'll need is all I'll really need is a bunch of chemical plants. And that uses a lot of power. Like, this is a power sucker for sure. One of the other questions might be, how many of these do I need to fuel my furnaces? Let's turn off the copper input. Eventually this will just burn through all my copper in there, and then I'll just replace it with enriched. That should be fine. So the idea would be, I need the acid to come in from, say, the left. We're going to enrich. Well, we are to be honest, we are a little low on copper. Like, once this 250,000 is gone, the next copper, I don't even know where it is, to be honest. But, so, basically, okay, sorry, I've split my arguments into 2 parts. The dirty water enrichment, I think, is probably not worth the effort ever, unless you have no water, maybe. But enriching it with acid, I think, might be worth it, because what we're really switching here is the base recipe is 20 ore to 15 plate, so you lose 25% of your ore, basically, if you could think about it like that. And if you go through this process, throw down one of these instead. If we use the other recipe now, cooking enriched ore, instead of 20 to 15, it's 5 to 5. So you get 100% of your copper into plates. So I think an approximately 25% increase in copper plates per ore, I think that is ostensibly a good idea. That's why I'm looking into this. It's just, what am I doing with this water? And I think the idea is, like, forget that. The water's pointless. But I do have to manage it. So I need to do some thinking. Need water in, acid in, dirty water out, and also copper ore in and copper plates out. So, like, I'll need some sort of system like this, and then have to manage the dirty water. Just keep researching junk in the background. I was thinking, like, obviously we do in parallel, but we could... How would we do it if we did it like this? So, if we had the copper, enriched copper on the other side, but I don't know how we could connect up the dirty water like this. That water really makes a mess of things. So we need 2 inputs on one side. I could... So what I'm thinking is we might not have the 2 lines. It just might be one big vertical stack. And then I can pipe the water out of the way and then burn it all over there. It's not quite as space efficient as I would like. But I think this is probably the way I'm going to do it. I think I've disconnected everything. Yeah. All right, well let's try from here. I happen to have water right here, so I can just split it off. And then we'll think about how to connect up the acid here in a second. I might just have like something like this rather than a million underground pipes. I'm gonna reconnect some power around here. I also haven't done like any math on how many of these I need. We probably want to share this line for the smelting. It's a science test. This is an experiment. If this turns out to be a huge waste of time, then we won't have to do it again. I've got a fair amount of space here, so it's not going to be super complicated, but... You know, this could technically be a loss. It's fine. Alright, so water out needs a bit of space. Of course. Okay, all machines have a dirty water out. They also need their water in. And I gotta draw up some acid. Let's just underground. Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, a lot of this is just an experiment to see if it's worth it. Okay, and then we need ingots in. Power. Plates, or enrich out. And then all we need should be acid to turn this on. Oh look, there's a bunch of acid. Let's turn it on. really like these steel pipes for getting stuff connected. I might still need to increase the quantity of these chemical plants. I don't know. That's one of the big things for me is I haven't tested the throughput. If you need like 20 of them, like even if you needed 2 of them per furnace, it would not be worth it. Like each of these needs to be able to power quite a few furnaces for this to be worth it, I think. I didn't actually connect it yet, but let's get the efficiency in first. Because these things do use 200 kilowatts by default, which is not nothing. One thing is, if you had high-tech modules for productivity, you can double dip a little bit even more. So you could, if you had really limited copper ore, like just to demonstrate a little bit of math, if you had the productivity modules in here, you didn't care about power and pollution and stuff, you could throw in a bunch of higher tier productivity modules. Let's see. I don't think I have like very high tech ones right now, but I could throw in these. The basic ones are 4% productivity, but I know the higher tech ones are more. So even right now, we could have 12% more ore per miner from modules. So you get, you know, whatever your copper ore in the ground is, you get an extra 12% from the miner if you had a bunch of mods. Then you could stack that up with another 3 productivity modules, get another 12%. So then your ore that's already 12% more than base gets another 12%. That's multiplicative. And then throw it into the furnace. Once again, if you didn't care, you'd get another, well, 8% in this case, of plates. 12% times 12% times 8%. And with higher efficiency modules, you could stack that up pretty high. That's probably your expensive... I mean, look, at level 9, it's going to be a while. 20% per mod. Now, sure, that's a ton of power, and it actually makes it go slower and stuff, so you got to factor that all in. But theoretically, if all you cared about was how many materials are in the ground into how many plates you could get, 20%, we'd have 60, another 60, and another 40. You'd turn, I think at that point, you would be turning 1 copper in the ground into like 2.5 plates into your factory or something. Things are really aggressive over here, but we're fine. Anyway, I gotta get this connected and see what happens. I think we can just do a normal pipe here. Just a big old stinky acid pipe. Alright, so they're producing pretty quick. Water's getting burned. I do need to change the recipes here, though. Alright. So, that's really all we need to do to get it set up, I guess. I may have overstated... Well, this is because I ignored the water. If you wanted to recycle the water as well. And this is polluting, but I don't know. Probably not enough to matter. Sure, let's learn about robot life support. So is this an improvement? Okay, one question is, what is my throughput on the furnaces difference? Like, has this gone up or down? And I haven't really compared the recipes. So, these things craft at 2 times speed. I normally got 15 plates every 24 seconds. I'm just going to write it down. 15 plate per 24 seconds. We'll convert that to stuff in a second here. Now, we can do, at double speed, 5 in 8 seconds. Okay, we can just times it by 3. Which is convenient! I didn't need to write it down. So, if you're going at double speed, so 8 seconds, 5 plates in 8 seconds, 15 in 24 seconds, that sounds like a multiple. So it's exactly the same throughput. The electric furnaces produce exactly the same amount of copper plates, as long as you can keep them fueled with enriched ore. And I think we are making more enriched ore than we have furnaces to burn them. So I need to expand my furnace line if I wanted to keep up with it. Although one of them's not working. Because I forgot to give it the water. So we would have to do more math to figure out how many chemical plants we need to fuel how much. Well, I mean, it's probably just a ratio again. We're getting 3 enriched per second. 3-second crafting time, no multiplier. So we're getting 3 per second. We know that it's 5 plates per 8 seconds. So 3 plates per second is enough to power. That's 3 per second over 8 seconds is 24. So in one cycle of the furnace, one chemical plant makes 3 times 8, so 24 plates. 24 enriched, which means one of these powers almost 5 furnaces. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's fine. It's 1 to like 4.8 or 4.9 kind of thing. You know, I think this is probably worth doing. I do consume some acid. Blue just consuming acid. So you got to keep that in mind. It's not a free upgrade, and I'm, you know, burning the excess water, but water is mostly free. The power here is almost negligible. We can actually drop it down a little bit more, but this... Oh, you do get stone when you do that. So this will back up. Anyway, see, I was trying to avoid that. Oh. See, that means getting that recycling. It means even if I did the recycling, I didn't want to have to deal with the stone, but it's going to happen anyway. Dang it. Dirty water. It's doing me dirty. Let's put it in a filtration plant. At least we'll get a little bit of copper. I'm going to have to deal with the stone anyway. Unfortunate. Yeah, I was just trying to avoid having to manage this excess, but it's not going to happen. I'll be doing a very temporary solution, the best kind of solution. I also have to handle the water, don't I? This was not expected. I wasn't supposed to be doing this. Now, funnily enough, haha, we could change the copper, the water that's messed up with copper ore. The dirty water could turn into iron or raw rare metal if you wanted. It doesn't mean it has to be copper. Heck, you could turn it into quartz. No, you can't turn it into quartz. But you could turn it into iron, copper, or raw rare. It's just dirty. Interesting. So there's a couple things here I have to do, unfortunately. This water has to have priority over this water. Give me a second. So it's actually a closed loop right now, but you lose a little bit every time. You lose 10% of your water. So you have to have a little bit of water being added into the system. But this needs to have priority to the flow, so this line here. So that means... How do we do that? I'm pretty sure I did something like this last time I streamed, and then... sort of forgot how I did it. I think I needed one of those pumps to kind of give a little bit of direction to the flow. Pumps. My old friends. Also research. We got med kits with oil. Alright, well, we got nothing left to do but research the final rocket stuff. So I think... This is a bit of a mess. Nightmare. That pump pushes water into this tile through the pump before excess water, which is no longer connected. There we go. So water from the ocean comes through here. It will try to get into this network if it can. But water coming out of here should take priority. I think. There are ducts that I haven't really tested out that have more properties to them. But ducts are another bigger problem. There's no return ducts, duct intakes, duct exhaust, cross ducts, and curved ducts. I'm pretty sure... Forces fluid in a single direction. I mean, that's basically what we're doing with the pump. Duct intake switches from pipes to ducts, but ducts are big, and they would have their own problems. They are too wide. So, like they're great. They sound really cool for massive quantities, but I don't want to deal with it right now. I'm pretty sure the pump is basically the solution anyway. Because the water here is not backing up. If the water output was backing up, you would know that this pump was taking priority. But this is going away instantly because it's pushing into here priority. Pretty sure that that's how the mechanics of this game work. It's a bit of a mess, and it's hard to explain every time I do it, but it'll get a little bit easier every time we do it, I guess. Alright. I have to deal with the other stuff, though. So, one thing is going to be a chest that we're just going to have to delete every once in a while. In fact, we might as well make it a bigger chest, actually. I don't want to do a warehouse. Let's just do a medium container. And I need a smarter inserter. Sure. Put it somewhere in power. Throw down the big box. Tell it to pull out stone. Can it do that? Why aren't you doing that? Whitelist, stone. Now the water's backing up. I've got concern. I gotta get the metals out of here. I thought this would work. Why won't it? Oh. Sure. Yeah, spacing. Some of the new machines just have slightly different, like the dimensions just throw me off a little bit. I think I get the same thing all the time with the Mark II mines. It doesn't, yeah. It's all good. It's my own bad. All right, there we go. Now we got the stone, no problem. This will stack up for quite a while. It is not infinite. I want the copper on the other side. We'll have to make sure the copper, once again, takes priority over the rest of the belt, or else it'll fill up. On the other hand, the copper is pretty rare. You only get like 10%, so it's pretty unlikely to be a problem. But I'd like it to get fed back into the system for long-term viability. Don't I have... I could have just used a regular purple inserter. Yeah, it's slightly cheaper. Powers everywhere. Alright, you can bring in copper. So, yeah. Water, huh? Blocked by output. What if I put like a storage tank here? It would still get filled up with the ocean water. I think the problem is that it's not continual. It's got like a no water. Well, these things are also backed up, so they're not all running. Maybe that's it. Only like 1 or 2 of them are running. So they're only consuming enough water for this thing to output a little. And we just have the dirty water backlog because they're not all running. I think as soon as they turned on, there'd be enough space for this water to empty out. A storage tank of water would probably have enough buffer for it. Well, it would just fill up eventually as well. I think. Because this would... Yeah, because we do need to add fresh water every now and then. We can't close the loop. It's fine. The other problem is the water that I'm... Like, if this water was being consumed over here more regularly, it would open up space as well in the network for this thing. So it should be fine, I think. Anyway, one couple more researches here. We're almost done the background stuff. I'm not sure if this is a huge value. Oh, I have to actually... Yeah, we're going to get such a tiny amount of copper. How do I prioritize this on the belt? I think the way you might do this in the future is to have this output with an inserter, a filter inserter, right into one of these, so you don't have to worry about the belt. Because the copper output is tiny, but if it went straight into one of those machines, that would preempt the belt. And I mean, I could do it with a bunch of stupid inserters, but like this is silly. And I'd have to... Yeah, I mean, I'll do it just to show it off, but I think if we were redesigning the system... Yeah, this will technically work, I think. Yeah. Because it's... Yeah, for the amount of copper we get, one inserter, whenever this thing was accepting, would have time to fill it up from the 1% copper we're getting, less than 0.5% of copper we're getting, faster than the fast inserter can fill up the buffer here. So that's like a way to manage the copper permanently. The water might be managed. The stone is like, well, it's just temporary. Eventually we have to manage the stone. Splitters have priority output? Right. So instead of doing the inserter chain, which is silly, but I think if we put it in a better spot, that would work. If you went... instead of that... Right. Yeah, all the old splitter tricks. Factorio is great, but a lot of these things, like if you're not following a wiki, I mean, I don't know if you'd ever actually guess. We still need that to be on the filter, so... can't, like... There, just want to test it out. Yeah, because now it alternates one from this line, one from this line. So it jumps ahead. Well, technically they take turns, but it's jumping the queue from way back here, right? Like, it doesn't have to wait till everything gets by. It just takes turns with the stuff at this point. Yeah. Like a car merging that sped along the side lane and tried to get ahead of everybody, and then zipper merges in front of like 100 people that they zoomed by on the side. Yeah, great. So these inserters, boy, they're not very fair, are they? Anyway, yeah, that's an easy way to do it. One other thing, I think I showed this off a couple streams ago, but filter inserters, there are technically better upgrades here. If I went like a loader, loaders are probably better. They're new, so I'm not used to them. You similarly set a filter to them, and they just pull out automatically. You don't even have to power them, I don't think. They pull out pretty darn quick, and they work from, I think, any machine that I've tested them on so far. Let me just grab a little bit of copper to test this out again. Oh yeah, see, boom, so fast. It's great. Yeah, loaders are super awesome. Maybe a little overpowered even. So like the amount of throughput on that is way more than we need, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, anyway, all of that to say 25% more efficient copper. That just means that our 250,000 copper up here will last, well, we'll actually get 250,000 plates out of it. Actually, we'll get more than that. We'll get, the mines have an automatic 20, I think, right? You can move these around again if you want, but, even without modules, we're getting 20% from tech. So our copper stores is 250, approximately 250,000 plus 20%, which is another 50,000. So we got almost 300,000 copper ore, which will turn into 1 to 1 now instead of 1 to 0.75. So 300,000 copper plates, technically 0.35% more. But again, even out of 300,000, that's not much. 1% of 300,000 is 3,000. We're getting 1,000. Yeah. So if the dirty water works the way I'm pretty sure it does, basically this entire 250,000 stack will get us 1,000 extra dirty water recycled copper. Is that worth it? I mean, it's not much. It's really not much, but sure. One thing that this shows me is I probably should amend, when I was testing this setup for my core drill, I should probably consider throwing in the water filter here as well for all of these, iron, copper, rare metal. The throughput calculations is different when you're dealing with an infinite source, because we don't care. Like, the efficiency is less important here, but it does matter a little bit. So basically, when we're talking about, like, this will run out, so we want to get as much of it as we can before we have to switch over to a further away mining base. If that's your care, productivity and efficiency on smelting is actually really helpful. That means more tech, more bullets, more whatever you're trying to build. It just lasts. It gets you more final result without having to expand. Less trains, more stuff. Infinite resources don't have that same consideration, but I think we calculated last time that if everything was running full speed, full output, 7.5 machines pulverizing, filling up a warehouse, and then sorting and smelting, one drill only provides enough metal per second, ore per second for about 8. Might have even been 7.5, but just under 8 electric smelters. I'm pretty sure I did the math last time. If we pre-enriched it first, you would again get 25% more. So instead of having 8, we would be running 10. It's not much, but basically that would increase our permanent throughput by 25% if we did the little enrichment setup. It does suck up a little bit of power and a little bit of space, but I think that's worth it. And also, we would probably want to have more anyway, because we've got a huge backlog. Like, we've got 20,000 just stacked up there. Huge. I mean, honestly, not huge. A tenth of our copper mine. Like, that won't last long once you get going. But yeah, this was more of a experiment to see how to hook this all up. And I think I'll still add the enrichment once I run out of copper and iron. This is more of a backup. Like, if I run out of copper and iron before we get into space, make sure I know how to do the core drills. We've got access to 4 of them, basically. That should be enough to keep the base going as long as we need it to, without necessarily having to train it up and get out there. All right, let's go check our science. That was a good experiment. I'm pretty happy with the results there. Looks like no crazy backlog here, just really large sciences that take a while. Honestly, yeah, the base is looking really good. I'm not seeing any huge bottlenecks. We're not building everything full speed, but yeah, this is looking good. Our forest, we're making some cool topaz octopus trees for the next expansion. Because why not? And it just takes ages, but you know, it's going. All right, I'm gonna take a short break. It's been streaming for, oh wow, almost 4 hours. Well, I thought it was like 2.5 hours. So I feel like that's a good milestone. We've got the wood, the copper, mega copper expansion. We got the biomatter automated. We've got landfills, minor things like this. I need to just keep adding to my system. The more of these things we automate, the less frustration I'll have later on. We vastly expanded our circuit construction and our cable construction today. Yeah, the base is looking good. We're not getting attacked by biters too bad. I could go clear out some bases. But honestly, having them eat up some pollution and then die on the walls is just fine. Now that we've got drones repairing the walls and flamethrowers killing them, this is pretty sweet. Yeah, I mean, by the time the drones get there, the enemies are dead. They quickly repair. They take a little bit of damage from the fire, but they just go get healed up anyway, and then they're fine. I just have to keep an eye on the ammunition, but the flamethrowers do most of the work. And if I ever think we don't have enough walls, well, you know, it's not that hard to expand, you know. Let's add another layer of defenses. I could, if I had a wall that seemed to get attacked a lot. Is that like a giant boulder? Let's get rid of that boulder. I could upgrade to better walls. You know, we've got them. Are they in the network? Not yet, but I mean, there. Now they're in the network. Concrete walls have more than double the health. And we can make them even stronger if we throw down a few spike steel walls. So we could easily upgrade some physical defense if we were concerned. Finish this tech. And I'm going to go get a drink. And this has all been with like about 24 labs, so not bad. Basically done terrestrial tech. Now, when we come back, the project will be to get into space, because I'm not going to worry about expanding the iron and copper. I think we've got enough materials to start the next level of tech, although we'll have some more stuff to figure out. There's a lot of things, subparts to build, but this is the last one before Miltech, and after that I think everything requires military tech. So we've done all the sub tech we can. I haven't built literally everything in the first 5 levels of tech, but I think I've done a pretty good job, generally speaking, trying to make sure I don't miss anything super important. You know, we didn't build laser turrets. Now that we have the tech for damage, maybe we'll think about adding some of these. I don't really have, like, tons of power for these. I don't have accumulators. Like, one of the things I often automate pretty early on in vanilla Factorio is solar panels, accumulators, and laser turrets, because once you've got boxes of those, you can expand, you know, pretty easily. I also didn't do much of my modular armor. I was hoping to get power armor, because mod armor is pretty limited on how many slots you can fit in there. But that's we might do a little bit of our armor upgrades, weapon upgrades and stuff. But this is like relatively minor. We tried tanks to destroy, like pushing out into the biters, the evolved biters is pretty tricky. So I'm hoping that maybe the next tier of tech will just simplify that for us. We don't really need this life support stuff until a little bit later. Yeah, I mean, there's a million things to do, but I've been trying not to miss too many new buildings and structures and productions. That's literally why I just did this ore enrichment, was to make sure I understood how it worked, even if we didn't technically need it. It's interesting, the priority here. The inserters draw off of one belt. We can actually even this out. This normally wouldn't matter, but I think it looks nicer. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to take a short break, pause the game here. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and we will try getting rocket stuff going. Not that one. Where's my break? And I'll change the background music too when we come back. New playlist, new game playlist for post break. See you guys in a couple minutes. Alrighty there, live tubers. Thanks for waiting, and we're back. I'm gonna change the music, and then we're gonna start figuring out what we need to do for rockets. And we're gonna hope that our base has got enough infrastructure that it won't be a nightmare. So, let's turn that off. We've been doing some Wild Arms music so far, which is great. Let's pick another album from my overclocked remix set. What am I in the mood for? Lots of classic old games. Kind of like that chill background stuff. Well, it's always one of my favorites. We're going to go with, well, you can guess. See if you can tell. Turn up a little bit. I'll put the label on the bottom left after a little bit. Give you a second to guess. Future tubers, if you're watching along, you know, gotta get a second. All right, we got to finish our tech, so we can chill here for a second while we finish this rocket silo. Listen to the electric sparkle of our research labs. Power is still easy, and I believe I never got my active requester chests, but I don't know why those are in there. Who knows? I should be making more windmills. I just need to put more iron plates into the system, and they'll continue. Just clean up a little bit here. Not generally doing steel pipes. Steel's a little expensive still. Made a lot of chemical plants. Didn't need that many, turns out. Just throw them in the network. Am I in the network? Totally. Give me a little bit more space, yeah. I should just honestly manually iron fill this. It's just gonna be a lot faster. The robots just can't really keep up with bulk right now. They don't have a lot of carry capacity upgrades yet, so they're just moving around like one or two at a time. So I can do it a lot quicker. It's convenient that they can, you know, restock while you're away, but that is a steel chest. I got too much iron now. Could make this an even bigger chest, like a warehouse, and then you can just put like thousands of the stuff in there. Let's split it up a little bit, just so that it lasts a bit longer. And then we'll just tell the bots to pick up my mess. It'll take them a little while. We're just finishing our science. So yeah, if we need power, we can throw down more wind turbines. That's fine. If we need more iron, we can expand our iron mining. Let's just move some around while we're waiting. Did it again. I guess if I had like a personal roboport. But then I need power. How much? Because we don't have anything like a personal fusion generator. Portable generator Mark II. I'm assuming I just need to throw coal into it or something. Right. So once this is done, if I have a personal roboport, I think they can build out of your inventory. I mean, that would be the point of it, right? Maybe. But it will need power. I might need to assign some robots to it too, actually. Oh, geesh. So much for that idea. See, this is why I didn't bother. 3x3. I didn't even look at the dimensions. Useless. Just use a tier 1. And yeah, coal. Or whatever you want to burn, I guess. Any burnable. So fuel or processed fuel might be slightly more efficient. Sure, I'll go grab some of that. Making these poor robots move all the copper. Okay, too much singy. Fuel. How much fuel do we get per... 15 mega... Yeah, that's more than double the density of coal. 2 stacks probably, right? Yeah. That'll last a fair bit longer than coal would, I think. Then that'll charge up. We're currently making 100 kilowatts. And we consume, well, not that much, but it's when they're recharging the bots. How do I put... Robot limit 20. Do I need the construction bots myself? We've got our satellite rocket silo. Yeah, we're getting there. Just bear with me. Bots plus we've also unlocked navigation satellite. Oh boy, has a lot of stuff. Construction bots 1, 2, 3, 4. The goal here is to have them put down these miners because they're in my inventory. All right, they're in my inventory. They did it right away. Good job, bots. I don't think you. I think. Yeah, I did need the bots in my inventory. That's fine. So I gotta remember not to drop all my bots on the ground when I make more. And then they just pull. No, they're still building out of... Maybe they're fighting, you know... There's a bunch of stuff in the logistic network, so they sometimes queue it from further away, which is, you know, not always the smartest. I was pretty sure there was no Mark II miners in the system. That's how I was testing those. Anyway, rockets. That's pretty much it. Start looking at what we need to make rocket tech card. Oh boy, that's not cheap. The next tier of science is real pricey. I think if the steel ever starts going full speed, we'll actually need more iron for the steel line. So let me test this out. 3 in my inventory. Yeah. So I think I just need to remember to hold on to some bots without throwing them away. And that does make building a little bit better. Is there anything else I should throw in my my roboport? My personal roboport? And I could try an adaptive armor if I'm gonna go out fighting. Throw a night vision in there, I guess. Jetpack, you know. I feel like I'm owed some electronic circuits. I'm not getting them. Alright. little bit more mining. The night vision's done. I don't know. I feel like last time I threw these on, I didn't actually like how they looked, but maybe it'll help YouTube see what's going on in the dark. Are we running out of, like, logistics? No? Why am I not getting all my stuff? I'm missing green circuits and electronic components. I may have not passive provided that, but I'm sure I passive provided that. Let me go double check what's going on over there. Green circuits, what's going on? Oh. I'm sure I did it. Well, now I'm sure. And then components. That's these guys, right? All right. Are you guys gonna get to this? Electronic components. All right, it's just the bots are slow. They're calling in logistic bots from wherever they are in the system. I've only got 125 built, so they could be wherever, and it just takes them a while to fly to the chest and then fly to me. That's just me being greedy. I can certainly build another bunch of those. While we figure out what's coming up next. Okay. I guess I was talking about anything to avoid rockets, right? I mean, I could put a solar panel in my backpack. 2x2. I wonder if... Personal battery 2x2. So you'd have to store up at 200 kilowatts during the day. So you take up half your modular armor to put in a big solar panel and a big battery. That might be enough to run you overnight. But then you'd have another quarter used up by the Roboport, because you probably want that. And then... I mean, you could have the Jetpack, but then you wouldn't have room for belt immunity or the night vision or any of these shields. I don't know. I feel like I also forgot the batteries. They're not even in my requesters yet. I guess we're still pretty early on into crafting with batteries. It hasn't come up very often, but it will come up more and more in the projects we're about to begin. So let's just get this queued up. If I can find them. 200 probably lots. All right. Stone tablets. I don't think I need for much. Heat shielding. I know we're gonna need. That's another one that's pretty recent addition, and also really slow to build. We'll say 100 for crafting purposes. All right, yeah, these guys work pretty slowly. Yeah, 10 seconds each, so it's probably a good idea to let that stock up a bit more. In fact, I almost just want this to run full time. I don't think we're going to run out anytime. I don't think we're going to have too much anytime soon. I think we are going to run out as soon as we start using it. We're almost done the last science we can do, and at that point, I guess the rocket science will have to just get added into the blue science line. And we are actually, after all these big science projects, we are finally starting to run a little bit low on green, red, and blue. Not enough to slow anything down, but just kind of at the edge. That might be a reason for that. Remember, I'm pretty sure I have the priority system for the liquid working. Nope. This is why I didn't want to mess with it for so long. So, how do we prioritize this water? The pump didn't do the job. And I think it... I gotta figure this out. Because... I mean, we can get things working again, just by blocking that for a second. No. Can you just... There's no manual drain. I mean, I could just throw a burner and burn the water. yeah. Alright, screw this. Reusing it sounds like a good idea until you remember that water's free. There's probably some kind of priority system that would work. But here's my solution. It seems really wasteful. But, you know, we don't want our entire factory to shut down because I can't prioritize this water line over the other water line. And we do need to combine them. If we're going to reuse this, it has to get combined. Because you lose 10% of your water every closed loop, so... So dumb. Okay. With that, there's nothing else to research. Everything else, even that juicy Miltech and their cluster grenades and everything, requires rocket cards. And we got modules that unlock a bunch of stuff. And life support, because I think the next step after this is to go into space. We start launching rockets, and then we start sending exploration stuff into space. We got more expensive circuits. We've got green and red, and then you upgrade them to blue. Of course, the best. Acid, at least, is easy. And we've got lots of rare metals, so this just uses a ton of red circuits. That'll be a big one. And then Miltech, of course, for all your goodies. Well, some of these are still pretty far off. What we're really unlocking is going to be better energy damage. Honestly, not much. Everything else requires more space stuff. I can't even get artillery with this tier. Yeah, almost everything requires more than just yellow tech, so that's kind of sad. So this one just almost just dead ends into energy damage for your laser turrets. I mean, it's good, but one tier of energy damage, just, like, not that much that's just yellow's tech. This one seems to continue. Worker robot speed, that's good. Space, yeah. I feel like this is where everything is going to go. So we got to go life support, and then everything is just into space. Cargo rockets, landing pads. Yeah, get all the rockets shit. I mean, stuff. And better labs even, that's nice. And then there's your space science for the next big jump. It looks like yellow tech actually is kind of small. There's not all that much yellow tech. So we'll be going into space science fairly quickly after that. Which is pretty expensive. Cosmic water, Okay, well don't get too far ahead of yourself, Blue. Is there a button to turn off night vision? There probably is. Sometimes you like it, but sometimes it just makes it look weird. The problem is there's like a million interactions, so... I don't know. It's probably in here somewhere. See, you can toggle your robopart Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it too much. There's probably a button for it. Looks like copper's working again, at least. Take a second to catch up. Okay, so let's do the setup. Let's start thinking rocket science. So first off, we'll go backwards. I wish I had tier 3 assemblers, but I still have no idea when that's going to show up at this rate. So let's throw tier 2 assembler down. This is the final step. And I know we're not going to be able to do this for a while, but let's just see what we need, basically. Electric furnaces automated. That's fine. Guess what is automated? Walls. Okay, let's keep going backwards through the lists. So we want to get rocket tech. We're gonna need automatic electric. Oh, this is gonna suck. With no logistics network. Because I have to upgrade each furnace into an electric furnace. Oh boy. Yeah, so we have to make a stone furnace, which is easy enough. And then we have to upgrade it into a steel furnace, which is steel. And then we have to upgrade it with pretty expensive stuff into an electric furnace, and that's 1 of 4. The good news is you get 8 tech cards for every furnace. Alright, speed modules. This is a little intimidating, I'll admit. Let me craft some more crafters. We're gonna need a lot of crafters to get this set up. And we can't do logistic requests right now, so I have to belt or manual chest it up to get this all going. Which is not... I mean, there's going to be... So far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inputs just for the first one. And then chain together. Now, the blue speed mods aren't too bad. But that's 3 more resources. Luckily, they're all automated. So, like, one way to look at it is, okay, I've got stone, obviously. I've got bricks. I've got steel plate. I've got red science, heat shielding, steel plate. Okay. I technically have all that stuff. I also have green circuits, components, and fuel. All that stuff is in my network. But I just can't call upon it. Now we're not gonna be able to do this is the one we're not gonna be able to do. Blank tech cards we've also got in the network, so that's fine. I'll put a note down for it, but the blank cards are easy. Like, it's fine. Don't worry about those. The final thing is the, of course, hardest one. I'm pretty sure. Satellite telemetry. Yeah. We'll probably want to start with this. I think it will take the longest. Not rocket units. Resource? Actually, I'm not sure where you build it, to be honest. I think it's just a thing you get back, right? Yeah. So we have to make satellites, and then they give us... Yeah, you launch rocket and you get this stuff, right? You get the satellite telemetry. So that comes not really from a construction, but okay, how do you launch a rocket then is the question. So we need to build a bunch of stuff for that. We can start looking at that then. Where is it? Where's the big bad? Usually in vanilla, you know, this is after you've already got all your terrestrial stuff. the Krastorio space engineering have moved around a lot. So it's coming a little bit earlier in the tech tree, I think. I don't even know where it is on my gigantic list here. I know I'm going to need accumulators. I didn't set that up. I should. Actually, that's pretty easy. We've got batteries and iron. I could set that up pretty quick. I don't want to interrupt myself too much, but... Oh, also, seeing as this is going to take a while, let me update my music. If you haven't gathered. It's... I believe that's the name of the album, if I remember correctly. Alright. At least I've got the music to keep me going. Yeah, I never automated accumulators or solar panels. Obviously didn't automate electric furnaces. I guess I should have. Didn't automate speed mods. Maybe should have. Will be shortly. I think we're going to need these as well. Iron, glass, advanced battery, that's fine. I know I've got the green motors, which I'm going to need as well. I'm trying to figure out where this... Is it in the military? Vehicle, Roboport. Satellite rocket silo. Okay, that's the one I'm looking for. So we could just build this manually by picking some stuff up. That's fine. Let's go do that. And we'll be able to see what we need more after we get this picked up. So we need 2 stacks of green motors, 1,000 concrete, and a bunch of steel. Green motors. Yeah. I knew I would need more green motors. And then concrete. No problem. Alright, we got it. So craft that. That'll take a little bit. Not too bad. And then we can start figuring out how to do this. Where should I put my, somewhere like over here where I've got lots of space to belt it in? I don't even think it's going to be permanent, but I just... Also, we get the satellite data. Maybe I want to put it like here. Because the data... Well, I'm going to need room to construct the tech cards anyway. And getting it all into there is going to be harder and harder as time goes on. Can't make them fly yet. How long is it till we get logistics? I guess I should look at the tech tree. This is the one we really want. Because then you can get active providers. But this is a pretty long way away, because not only do we need rocket tech, we need to get to space tech, and also utility science. And I don't know exactly how long that will take, but this is when you can finally let the bots really manage your network. And yeah, requesters and active providers, we need those to do the network. And then you can look here, there's a lot of red stuff to get there. Including supercomputers. Yeah, they've really bottlenecked you on logistics robots. Which I would say were the solution to a lot of your problems in vanilla. You just, you know, get these guys earlier. Well, it's on whatever level of tech it is normally, but once you can get there, it's so much easier to manage your base. So that's not going to happen. We built our thing. Let's plop it down. I'm just gonna put it over here. A bit more space. I can move it if I need to. Let's build some more poles. Things that we're running out of. Let's just try not to run out in a key moment. Sticks. Always the sticks. Alright, so launching. Yeah, the result is rocket parts. The stuff's probably not that bad. It's doing it en masse to get lots that is difficult. Getting like a couple is probably not too bad. Depends on how much we need, like what kind of throughput we need. So low density is something we haven't worried about. Let me find it in my materials here. Plastic, steel, copper, that's no big deal, right? Then you needed rocket control units. Batteries, red, glass, iron, that's fine. It's just getting all the stuff moved around. Solid rocket fuel might be at a fuel refinery rather than lab. Just let me launch my rockets in peace, guys. And then finally, heat shielding, which we already know how to make. We already got that. So solid rocket fuel. I'm going to assume we need the other one. Yeah. Fuel refinery. So we've got multiple recipes for rocket fuel. Doesn't say, it just says solid rocket fuel. So you can use any of those three. So we can go oxygen, iron, hydrogen chloride. We can go oxygen, ammonia, iron, plate. Maybe because we've got the ammonia for the trees, this is the way to go. Maybe? Or oxygen, light oil, iron. And we do have light oil as well. This is 100 light oil. Oxygen's still mostly free. They all need oxygen anyway, so don't worry about that. They all need a little bit of iron and a little bit of oxygen. The question is, do you want to do hydrogen chloride, ammonia, or light oil? So light oil is probably the simplest. I haven't really been storing it. I've just been fracking it or cracking it. But we could also just make a light oil refinery. We've got like a pretty good amount of oil. Let me check. Yeah, you know, still 2 million practically oil, plus everything that's in these. We easily have 2 million oil just sitting around. We could make some advanced oil refineries that switch it to light. We should just burn off the stuff that's not light, and that would probably be enough for the solid fuel. So I think rather than dealing with ammonia, which requires a lot of electrolysis, which kind of is annoying, it's not super fast. 1,000 ammonia, like the thing is that the quantity is a lot, right? 1,000 ammonia is a lot of cycles of electrolysis. I'm pretty sure we've got it over here, right? To make 50 ammonia, that's 10 per second, and we need a ton of it. But you have to get oxygen, which you have to electrolyze, which is also, you know, only at a certain speed. I think ammonia would be bad. Going to Texas? I mean, rockets and guns, right? This is how life is here. So I think ammonia is a bad one. And then hydrogen chloride, I think, has the same problem. You'd have to electrolyze to get that. And 1,000 is just a ton. I think the light oil is just by far the simplest recipe there. Alright, so that'll be our fuel. And we only need, to be fair, you don't need very much. 3 rocket fuel per launch. But yeah, that's fine, okay. And then heat shielding. So This one, just a matter of getting the light oil and iron and oxygen connected. And I think anything that's really low quantity, I might just box in for now rather than logistics in. What's stopping me for light rocket fuel from automating the... I can automate the oxygen and the light oil, and then just put a box with like 10,000 iron plate in it, which will be enough for like many, many, many rockets. Heat shielding could be the same, honestly. This is sounding very lazy, but sometimes lazy is good. It saves you energy for later. Like, we can make it better in the future, but like, you know, if I just have this full of iron and this full of heat shielding, oh, not iron. It's not iron. Wrong. It's not there. It'll be into this thing. Just trying to find a simple solution. Get some progress here without fully automating it, maybe. Yeah, lazy. I mean, you know, this game's got a lot in common with programming, so, you know. This doesn't really need a box, but it's just a buffer, so that's fine. Buffers, I like buffers. And then this would be the other input where we're just putting in iron. What I really should be doing, if I was smart, is figuring out which process is the slowest in production, starting there and letting it start to stock up a little bit, but that's even more work. All right, well, let's get a couple things set up here. Light oil. It is going to take a little bit of work. I'm pretty sure one oil refinery will be enough, though. Maybe a couple more chemical plants. Leave a little bit of space. Yeah, I don't think that'll ever run out of oxygen. Not even close. So then we just need the light oil, which we can throw in over here. We do want to use... Actually... Let's use this joint. Probably fueling my flamethrowers or something. Move that over a little bit, though. We'll need some water. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the right input. Let me... It is the right input. Nice. And we're going to have... I find with oil processing... right, out of iron. I find it works best with at least one buffer tank for in the middle. Throw that in there. I should go pick up the heat shielding so I can stock up that chest a bit more. Heat shielding is another one of those really slow builds. So I'm just going to take it all. But we don't use it for too much. I guess the electric furnaces are going to need it. But I think that's only 2 things, so... I'm going to assume that, like, that's enough to run this for... Well, it's 1 shielding per launch. So 600 launches. I feel like that's going to last us a while. That should be enough for a little while at least. And then chemical plants. We're gonna take... Ah, dang, it doesn't line up. It'd be really cool if you could swap the input locations. Heavy. Sure. I don't really like this, but it just is what it is. We've got to find some water. There's water right here. Just spaghetti the pipes. It's fine. No one will notice. Just connect to the water. Who knows what else is using it? My water now. Alright, so light oil. Heavy will get fracked down to light as well. In the most complicated, convoluted connections we can possibly imagine. We're going to throw that storage tank in here somewhere. Got to deal with the gas. Alright, so the light oil, no matter how much heavy oil we make, will get cracked down to light. The light's going to end up over here getting used for nefarious purposes. But that will get us our rocket fuel, just like that. Bam. 2 out of 4. Just like that. Except I need to deal with the petroleum. Now, lazy is a virtue, right? That's what chat told me. I don't want to deal with priorities right now. In theory, there should be a way to take the petroleum gas, add it to my petroleum storage, and have it take priority over the petroleum refinery, so that this little bit of trickle gas always has a space and this stuff stays behind. That's literally what I did right here. And it was working. Seems to still be working. But when I tried to do it with water a minute ago, it did not seem to work. So, I don't know. I'll try. It's not very many pipes to connect up anyway, and if I have to burn it, I burn it. So, theoretically, I just want to see it here a little bit, because you can kind of see it flicker up the... Any gas that comes in here gets pushed before these things. But maybe once these tanks are full, it doesn't matter. Maybe the difference here is that there's a constant drain of gas as things use it, so that it doesn't have a chance to fill up 100%. It's always like 99%. And then this little trickle sides come in before the big daddy producer. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't make very much petroleum anyway, but it's better than burning it. Alright, we should have pseudo-infinite light oil. Mostly. We just need to keep this with iron, which, again, will run out. But it does use a lot of oxygen. This guy might not make enough. The thing is, if this is constrained by the speed of oxygen, that's fine for now. The priority here is more just getting things starting to accumulate more than anything. This is fine. That's 2 out of 4, right? Bam. Alright. Plastic, steel, copper. Oh, everything. Everything in the kitchen sink. So, copper, steel, plastic to make low density. Steel, copper, plastic. Those are all nearby. No problem. I should also, while I'm thinking about it, throw in... Oh, I already... Throw in those efficiency mods whenever I'm thinking. Alright, so right here, we've got plastic is manufactured here, copper is right above it, and steel is right here. It's all right together. It's just a matter of getting it together and then pushing it out. Heck, this line has copper and iron. The steel's over here. So we've got, for instance, right in this spot here, steel, plastic, and copper's just around the corner. So I'm sure with a little bit of finagling, we can automate this, right? Also, looks like we might need more sulfur. I think we're making enough, but not much to spare. What's this guy? I mean, I can double this if I need to pretty easily. It's just water and gas. I don't want these things to slow down. Yeah, they're not getting enough. I think this is important enough because heat shielding is going to be used in the electric furnaces as well. If I notice a problem in my system, let's get it fixed. And this gives us another consumer for the gas, which honestly might not be bad for the system anyway. Just burn through this a little bit quicker. As long as we didn't need the opposite side of the belt for anything. That's good. Twice as much sulfur. We'll keep that going. I could extend that if I need to. Okay, so how do we do this copper, steel... That's fine. Copper, steel, plastic. I think I want to split it. Let me double check the crafting speed. I can probably have them share a line. We just gotta split them up sanely. So it crafts 10 seconds, so it's mostly plastic and copper with a little bit of steel. And it's pretty slow. 1 per second for plastic and copper. But that does use a lot of plastic. I never doubled my plastic line. My plastic is backed up, but it might not last very long. We do have a chest of plastic right by the copper. Steel joins in with those, of course. So we could take this steel, plastic, steel. Yeah, this is the direction I'm going. Get it over there. We can take plastic. We need copper though. What are we gonna squish together? I'm gonna make a line of copper and plastic, I think. I'm thinking really hard. I think I might keep them separated. It does use a fair amount. Well, it is what it is. Difficult times and all. Alright, we have copper, steel, plastic is right here. Look, if they just gave me the logistics requester bots, I wouldn't have this problem. Gotta move them over like one tile, but I can do it here. I can get the radar out of the way if I need to. I can rearrange some of this stuff. I'm not sure how many of these I'm going to really need for throughput purposes, but I'll start with 2 just because it's pretty easy to copy them. And I do have a belt system, so you might as well use it like a belt system. This will be output here, and then input, input. Oops. And yeah, we could have shared a belt, I'm sure, but it's fine. Alright. That should start up. I think. Is that not actually steel? Dang it, that's stone. I grabbed the wrong line. That's not real steel. It doesn't look like the right color. I mean, points for trying, right? I almost had it. What are these dirty stone tablets doing in my network? Alright, I should have just combined the steel and the plastic, but whatever. They work so slowly. This is fine. Now, we gotta get that over here. I think we're gonna go the long way. 2 squash pill points. Nice. There's this weird thing in the way. Just gonna go right through it. Oh, it's so ugly. I'm sure I was using steel there for some reason. The reason is lost. What are all these trees doing in my base? I thought we killed all the trees on this planet. There is a tech one day. If we make it far enough. Okay, I want to come in. Well, going right along there. This gives me lots of room to move things around if I need to. And we can just skim right past this. Sure, there's a power pole in the way. I actually want a buffer chest here, I think. Alright, 3 out of 4 rocket launch materials done. Easy. You can build up, I don't know, a bunch of it. Also, I've got all these logistic bots. Get out of here. Go be logistic bots on your own. Okay, 3/4 to a rocket launch. And it's, I would say, of the 3 things we've automated, 1 is fully automated, I think. Slowly, but fully. 1 is, like, mostly automated, and the other one is, well, not. You just put it in the chest. I could just belt it over. Fine, Blue. Belt it over. Don't be lazy. You just did one of these. If people get mad that my base is covered in belts, well, it was this or I carry it around in my backpack. This can just skim through here. I mean, legitimately, I don't think this is going to save me very much time. The amount of time it takes to build this system, it's probably pretty equivalent to just moving a stack of heat shielding around, but yeah. It's automatic. I don't have to think about it ever again until we run out of... In fact, it's just going to steal it all from here. Let's move that over instead. Dual purpose. Oh, no roboports. That's an oversight. Alright, we'll get a roboport here. That's that one done. 1 left. It's expensive. No problem. Let's throw that roboport down. This corner, yeah, right in there. Can we make it line up? That looks pretty good. I mean, Is this spaghetti when you're just belting it in from a long way away? I don't know. I guess spaghetti comes in long stretches. I usually consider the under, over, around, loop-de-loop stuff the real spaghetti. The just one location around to the other location is just... That's fine. I shouldn't have to feel guilty about that. We're actually not getting enough oxygen. That's funny. You know, once we start actually launching rockets, we'll find out what the bottleneck is. I'm sure there'll be a bottleneck. It's probably something like that. Okay, well, we just need rocket control units. This is still a ways to go before we get our science, but at least we'll be launching rockets. And that will be accumulating some of the science part that we need. And it's just one. You can have multiple silos, you know. Batteries, red, glass, iron. I could just belt the iron down here. Just iron right there. Just connect it. No. I will belt the rocket control units. So, batteries, red, glass, iron. Okay, I think all that is over here. Let's see if we can find it, and then... Oh. Okay, so the batteries end up here. This is a nice battery spot. That looks like glass. That's good, right? This is totally glass. You can inspect it. It'd be nice if you could. But yeah, that's glass. Batteries, glass. Red science is up here. Just goes to here. And then iron. Oh, look, iron. Also glass. Glass, iron, red, batteries. Oh, it's right here. Everything. Alright, so I think we just do it right underneath. Right in here somewhere. Maybe down along this line. What are we gonna need? This is 4 inputs, so I think we have to... As long as we want to use a belt, we have to join something. Let me see what gets used the most. Everything is used equally in low dosage. So 2 of these, at least, we have to have on the same lane. Because you can't have 4 lanes in and 1 lane out, not with our current tech. Well, not with parallel. Like, you could, you know, you could do something stupid and have, like, oh, input, 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 output, and then just have it some stupid way like that. But I don't want to do that. That would be even worse. That if you do it like that, it's totally fine. I don't really mind, but you can't put all your machines in a line. You have to leave gaps to do the outputs and stuff, and it just looks terrible. Is this better? Glass is going this way. Batteries are going that way. Iron and batteries are pretty close by. I think we just connect these up on a lane. That won't be very hard. We're gonna need some more belts and stuff here pretty soon. Okay. So to do what I want to do... I might actually do the crafting like a little bit further, so just to leave us some more space. Because I'm not sure, because this is like the big rocket thing. Don't destroy my pipes. Just clean up the garbage. Should be okay. Okay. I want only batteries to go that way. I want batteries with iron to go down. Does this work as simple as this? I don't think it's quite that simple, though. I think it will alternate. Yeah. It's close, though. We have to clean up the iron. Oh, no. Definitely wrong. Nope. Stop. That is not what I needed to do. For those keeping score, that was a failure. Is this what I need to do? No. We split it, and then we need the iron to join after some belt shenanigans. Like that. Easy. It's not even difficult, it just... I kind of wish you could just tell the filters... I didn't know you could click on the filters in priority. Maybe I could do exactly what I was thinking. I just had to say it out loud. I'm like, maybe. Batteries. Put batteries, input priority. I think I want input priority. That'll be fine. Let's see if I can do it. The left side should only be batteries. Maybe we want left input priority so that always stays on the left. No, it still draws it over. It's not using the filter. I think it's using the filter backwards. Hold on. I actually think this is gonna work. Crazy! Did you know what you could do with these? Maybe... just... filter means don't let it on that line or something. Let's see what happens here. I think it's gonna work. Let's clear it and try again. Just make sure... it needs to have 2 outputs. Oh no, that's prioritizing all the iron. It is only letting batteries on the left, so that part's right. Maybe we don't want to prioritize the input. No. Not quite. Oh, that's what you're talking about, Dark Angel. That's good. Stop. I just don't understand how it works yet. If anything, we want the batteries to be always on the left. Output priority. I don't think... I'm not sure I can quite do what I mean, I had the solution without the splitter. There's probably a way to do what I was trying to do with splitter and some logic, but it's still simple enough just to do the old connector trick. This is the low-tech solution. Anyway, it's all good. Just there you go. Now we need glass and red. The glass is down here already, so we mostly just have to get the red down there. And right now it's just dead ending, which is fine. Also, I don't want to carry this stuff around. When did I pick up a bunch of biomatter? Sulfur, rocks. Try to keep my inventory clear. So we just belt it down, join up here. Glad I left a little bit of space. Not reach, not quite. Alright, so if this... we could have just built them in here. Maybe I should. I wasn't expecting to get this quite so compact, but it's looking pretty good actually for compact. How do I want to connect these up? We need the glass to keep going through. We need to split it off. And then have the red wrap around. There's probably nicer ways of doing this. But that gets me where I want to be. A little spaghetti, but not too bad, probably. In the grand scheme of spaghetti, I've seen much worse. I'll use blue inserter just because I can. That's half of what we need. And, right, so I'm just gonna take... This will be my battery iron line. Just means I have to move the split a little bit higher, but that's... Okay, so we split. No. We've been over this. We've got to be careful how we split. Alright, that's that. I see some garbage in my lane. Clean it up. Okay. This build, actually, I'm pretty happy with. That did not take as long as... Like, the stuff I needed was all pretty well where it should be. Now, I don't know if I'm making enough of any of the component parts to do any of this at the scale we're probably going to want to do it at. I'm gonna set it up at a 4-pack, just because this is actually really nicely set up for expansion. But I'm sure this will cause bottleneck. We need it to go down. We need to go a long way with this. I'm gonna go out around. There's a little gap there. It's got a long way to go if I'm not carrying it myself and we don't have robots. But the actual build, I think, worked out really well. Now that's as smooth as a build of new machine as we've ever done. All the stuff we needed was quite close by and pretty easy to split. And we had lots of space over here. So that's... Now, we're at the very end of the iron. If we ever turned the whole base on, the iron is not going to make it. The red's not going to make it. The batteries, I don't even know if they can keep it up at all right now. We get... No, I guess that's not bad. 1 per 4 seconds. They use... 1 per 6 seconds. If we turned on the robots and these at the same time, we'd run out of batteries for sure. But, you know, I mean, it's getting the job done. That's everything we need to launch rockets. We just need to get it back to base. And, yeah, we got a long way to go. We're gonna go along here. I got landfill now. I could make a bridge. It's fine. The stone's not going anywhere. It's fine. Also, the production is very slow for these. So, we got lots of time to connect the belts up. This lines up almost exactly to where I wanted it. Tree. Trees. Well, you know, sometimes as your base gets bigger, you're gonna find spots that you just have to go underneath more and more frequently. I'm gonna go on. Relatively important bathroom break here for the toilet, or not the toilets, for the turrets. They need a little bit of ammunition. These guys are shooting a lot, so if anyone needs a good ammo stock, it's probably these guys. This place is my most frequently attacked side for sure. That's fine. If that base goes down, my real defenses will be fine. I should have gone and rescued the ammo, because the ammo's not free. Oh, that's right. My bots can do the repairs for me now. It's pretty cool. They only have normal ammunition. Forget them. That's great. I forgot that the personal Roboport bots did repairs like that. If I've got the repairs in my back, oh, it's so good. I may have lost a couple, but it's fine. Alright, look at these. Our rocket launch. Are you guys hyped? It's almost there. If this was vanilla, we'd be, I mean, nearly done. I mean, old school vanilla. I know new school vanilla has a bit more to do nowadays, but the last time I played, once you launched a rocket, you were basically done. Other than launching as many rockets as you could. Oh yeah, I need some belts. Bring them to me. That's my bots. Alright, restock. And we are good to go. Throw stuff in. These are control units. I'm sure I've got some in here somewhere. Just blending in with all the other nonsense in my inventory. Too many batteries. The iron actually has a good spot for that. I'm just going to put more in. This is the only thing not automated, so let's just keep it full. Heat shielding. Oh yeah, I picked up a bunch of that accidentally too. Alright. I'm sure I have control units. There they are. There we go. Alright. It's gonna take a while. Forgot that it wasn't just one set. It's like, no, you gotta make tons of this stuff. Which is interesting, because like, how much rocket fuel do you need? Anyway, we'll see what the biggest bottleneck is. At the moment, it's the control units that we just built, but I think I'll be building those faster than some of the other stuff. Like fuel. Honestly, we can increase fuel production pretty easy and cheap. Didn't expect oxygen would be the bottleneck, but how much do we need? We're making 30 per second we can consume... Ooh. We can consume 1,000 per second is to finish that line of thinking. Let's take a small break here and make that's 2. Let's try 10, and we'll put them all along here. Make a whole bunch of oxygen. That's fine. Sometimes I wasn't paying attention to the math, you know. That's easy enough to ramp up, though. One of these builds them pretty quickly. It's just a matter of getting enough oil and oxygen. Honestly, this doesn't make that much oil either. 70 oil. I'll need... Once the oxygen starts going, we'll run out of light oil, certainly. But, hey man, we're just pushing those bottlenecks around. Can we fit... Yeah, that's what I want. Alright, slap them all down. We'll probably be chasing bottlenecks down for a fair while now as we get this all set up, because we need just infinite resources here for our rockets now. Let's try to reduce our electric imprint a little bit here. Power's still fine, don't worry about it. Okay, so now we're gonna make 10 of these is 300 oxygen per second. Still not enough. We would need 33. Dang, I definitely did not do the math. We would need 33 atmospheric condensers to run one rocket fuel refinery full speed. Still, it's a lot better than it used to be. Now it'll work a third of the time or something. So that means we're only using, you know, about a 30 oil per second, which we are not making quite that much, but it's closer. Anyway, that certainly ramps up the fuel, which might have been our biggest bottleneck. I mean, I can add more atmospheric condensers. It's no big deal. Looks like the low-density structure is doing well. Let's check. So I built 2 of those. I could certainly add another while we're optimizing here. Let's go for a 4-pack. Now that everything's set up and we're really starting to dig into the meat of this puzzle, so control right click only puts 1 in. Oh, well, maybe only half, because I only had 3. I'm still trying to find a way to put like 1 module in at a time from my, without opening the inventory. It's gotta be a way to do it. Alright, so these guys craft, just for interest's sake, 1 per 30 seconds. So we're making 4 every 30 seconds of rockets. Assuming, we're gonna just assume we have enough raw resources, which is a big assumption. That's 4 per 30. These guys will be crafting Faster than that. So this is way faster. We're getting 1 per 10. So one of these would get us 3 per 30. We're getting 12 every 30 seconds. We're getting 3 times as many of these as we are of the rocket controllers. So we didn't really need 4 of these. It'll back up for sure. But just, you know, I'm just trying to keep in mind. So what we'll do for this stuff, we'll set a limit. Not too big, honestly, because this will not be our bottleneck. So we're expecting, at the moment, 4 every 30 seconds. That's 1 every 7.5 seconds. Obviously, heat shielding, we could check the rate on that. They're pretty slow. 10 seconds each. No, they're closer to these things. Yeah, so we should be getting about 4 every 10 seconds. Again, 12. So yeah, same speed exactly, actually. It's actually not quite that fast. It's a little bit slower because these things only have a 0.75 multiplier. But if everything has a 0.75 multiplier, I can at least, the ratio is the same. So yeah, these are 12 per 30, 12 per 30, 4 per 30. So we need way more rocket control units if we want to keep this even. And then how is this coming? Well, at full speed, it would be 1 per second. It's not. But even at like a quarter speed, that's 1 every 4 seconds. That would be times 6. I think it's more like 1 in 3. Times 10. That'd be 10 per 30 seconds if we're using that as our time denomination. So that's, we might not be getting quite as much fuel as heat shielding and density, but not too far off. And if I add a couple more oxygen refineries, we can push this up to 12 every 30, I think, without too much work. However, we will need to triple our rocket control unit production to keep up. Well, let's go see if that's even close to possible. I have the space for it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's enough. Not quite. Wow, I have exactly the space. But I don't think the resources are going to keep up. We're going to do this and then something else is going to be the bottleneck. I mean, why not try, right? Why not try? And then we just have to add a couple atmospheric units and it'll, in theory, this would all, I mean, it's only as fast as it is. That's 12, that's like 24 per minute of parts into the rocket. How often does that mean we get a rocket? I don't know. Well, let's keep an eye on this for a bit. I'm almost positive that one of those 4 inputs, probably red, science, or batteries, will not even come close to keeping up. We could do some math while we're waiting. You guys like math, right? I mean, you're watching a Factorial stream. We've got a fair while before we get that 100%. Alright. Pulling out my notepad. It's been a while. Not that one. Not that one. Where is it? There we go. Alright, don't worry about all that other stuff. We already did that. That's done. This is the greenhouse. This is all accurately mathed out. We did a good job. Next up is rocket control unit. It is a base speed of 30 seconds. We're not going to worry about crafting speed. 1 per 30 seconds. It's slow. And we currently have times 12 for throughput. So, it's 5 of everything. Battery, circuits, glass, plate, iron. Five per 30. That's they're all going to be the same. 60 per 30. So 5 times 12 is 60. It's 2 per second. So they're all going to be the same. And we'll see which ones can keep up. And that, I mean, maybe that's not that bad. I mean, iron, fine. Glass, fine. Battery, red circuit. Let's see how much our production for those are, because there's lots of things that use those. And, I mean, we can already tell the batteries are not enough. So let's start with batteries. We've got 4 machines. They work at... Now, keeping in mind different crafting speed now starts making it a bit more tricky. When I say 2 per second, divide that by 3/4. So it's not 2 per second, or I guess it's a bit slower. So they work at 75% speed, so times it by 0.75. Or no, divide by 0.75. That's the right one. There should just be a built-in calculator into Factorio. Why haven't they done that? That's what we really need. Alright, so we're actual, real... Real use, approximately 2.66%. No, I did it wrong still. It's still the other way. 2 times. Because it's slower. Yeah. Okay, so we're actually using 1.5 per second. I mean, of course, 3/4. Duh. Math on stream is very difficult. Don't blame me. So, batteries. That's what I'm trying to figure out how many batteries we're making. Batteries come out at 1 per 4 seconds. Oh, this is very easy. 1 per 4 sec times 4 equals 1 per sec. And that's real, because there's no modifier for crafting speed. So, hey, we're making 1 battery a second overall, and we're using 1.5 batteries per second. I need 2 more battery machines. And that's if we're not doing anything else with the batteries. Plus bots. Bot use. Alright, let's check red science out, and then we'll do some fixing. Red circuits. You get 2 every 4 seconds. 2 per 4 sec. Times 4 equals... 8 per 4, so 2 per second. But at real speed, it's 1.5 real. Because these are slower machines. Alright. So we are making exactly enough red circuits if we weren't using them for anything else. And I know for sure we're using red circuits for other stuff. So before they even get to our stuff... Well, actually... I know you can't see it right now. The blue science uses red, but we're not researching, and we can't research. So for now, nothing uses red circuits. Very, very temporarily. Very temporarily. So we're making exactly enough red to keep up with the circuits, with the control units. We just need 2 more batteries. Okay, well, we'll do that then. We just need 2 more of these puppies. Just make some space over here. Reconnect that up. We need 2 more chemical plants. It's copper, iron to acid. The acid's right here. So we probably just want to keep it on a straight line, but that means we gotta shuffle this around a little bit. First off, let's deal with the coal. I know. We're barely even using coal, and here we are. Knocking down a forest just to move it around, but we are still using it, so we can't get rid of it yet. Okay, I want to empty that for that. Well, I just... Okay. Can I fit 2 more chemical factories in before the Roboport? I don't want to have to move that. Only if I have them. This is a situation. Oh, because they're not in my inventory. Can we... shoot. How could you copy to put into a blueprint? Well, I mean, I can just bap them, but... This is not quite what I wanted, but... The bot should have some in their network. I think we'll just, yeah, we'll have to move the iron down here, which is fine because realistically it comes in at a weird angle anyway. This actually just makes it look better for my weird join. Well, I have to move the batteries too, I guess. Okay, the copper, start producing. We can not, we don't have to reallocate. Oh, they're gonna be on the wrong lane. No, we got to move it. It's gonna be easier just to do this. It's you know. If I hadn't if I'd had them connect left to right, they would have oh, that's gonna try to connect up. It's fine, we don't need to do this anymore. But we need to keep the batteries on a single line of the belt, basically, is what we're at. Alright. We can continue the... If we need more batteries, we can continue expanding it. Oh, actually, I have to... add a little bit extra here. I need a piping tile to go to the right if we want to continue. At least if we want to follow the pattern. And you want to follow the pattern. We could just have the acid on the north side of them or something, but whatever. Okay, we should be constructing exactly enough batteries to keep all of these working once they catch up, in theory. It'd be better to have a couple spares for other purposes. But yeah, we should have enough to keep 12 rocket control units going. And that should equal the same amount of all the other components for the rocket. Basically getting us to 24 of everything except the fuel by a tiny margin per minute. And we must have launched one. No, you have to click the button. We built one robot, or one rocket. Goodbye, rocket. Have fun up there in space. One down. Woo. Now, do we get... Is it just pumped out sides? I don't even remember how you get rocket data. Well, remember, I don't actually know. I'm just guessing as we go along here. I know we need to launch rockets. Maybe I need to attach a satellite to the rocket and I just wasted it. I mean, I launched a rocket. We just had a test rocket. Doesn't really count. Well, while this is figuring itself out, I think we'll actually have a bottleneck in fuel refinery. So we need to add a few more oxygens. I forget exactly how many, but I think 4 will probably get us there. It's fine. We're going to have a little gap here for the oil anyway. Alright, that should be enough oxygen for all of them to keep about the same overall pace. Assuming we have enough oil, which, yeah. One bottleneck to the next. How do we get a little bit more oil? Well, we build another oil refinery is what we do. Thing is, paralleling this is a real nightmare. This thing's not working because the lubricant's full. We could take some heavy oil, frack it into light oil. I don't think we need even that much. Chemical plants. We could conserve the light oil. It'll be fine. No, I changed my mind. We're gonna just redo this bit. Give me lots of alarms when that thing's ready. It's fun. Alright, that all works. Light. Heavy, have to deal with a little bit more carefully. Along with the gas that we are currently sending away. Got a bit of space. Kind of need that. We should connect up petroleum. We're gonna still have to deal with the heavy oil. Light oil's ready. Well, at least the basics. And then we're gonna frack this and send more in there. Crack this, not frack this. But power. The robots, they saw the rocket launch. Now they're out to get me. I'm not sure if I ever tested if I even needed 2 of these, to be honest. Let's see what the throughput is on cracking. And then water. It's getting a little tight in here. But we got this. We got this. So we're gonna make 20 oil, 40 oil every 5 seconds. That's 8 oil a second. This thing will consume way more than that. Once it catches up, this will hardly ever be on. Right? It's just burning through the backlog of heavy, and then once that's gone, it'll just be keeping the heavy oil free so that these things can continue. I think. The pipe should be decreasing in volume. I would say they are. So this will shut off soon. Ish. This thing is still light oil constrained, interestingly enough. But that just might be an oxygen backlog. Anyway, it's pretty good. It can use 100 light oil per second. We should be making... $140 in 5 seconds. 140 divided by 5 is almost 3? 30? Yeah, 140 divided by 5 is almost 30. If you also can calculate the 40 heavy oil that turns into 30 light oil, Yeah, you get 4 to 3 for heavy to light, 3/4. So you get 140 light oil and 30 translated heavy oil to light oil. So that's 170 oil light oil per 3 per 170 light oil per 5 seconds. Divide by 5 seconds is 35 approximately. That's still not even close. Wow. You do need a lot of light oil. So we might be just rocket fuel limited for a while. We're definitely got more heat shields. We also have to keep pressing the button. I think I'm supposed to put a satellite on it, though. And I forgot. So we launched a couple test rockets for fun. How do you even make a satellite? Navigation satellite. Is this something? This is what I was looking at that I was scared about. Oh, no. I thought this all went too easily. Oh, it's bad. This is how we get the telemetry. So, where do we build this? Assemblies can do it. Let's have a look. I missed something important. Where is a satellite? I was looking for all this before we got the rocket silo hooked up. I think the last time I did rocket silos, you didn't have to do separate satellites, but I mean, I guess it makes sense. Logistics, maybe? Yep. Oh boy, that's a lot of stuff. So we got low density circuits, structures, we got fuel. Glass is out there. We don't have accumulators, we don't have solar panels. That's circuits, radar. Oh boy. This game doesn't make it easy. Accumulators. More batteries. I don't have enough batteries. Next. Solar panels are a pain, aren't they? Green, okay. Glass, okay. Silicon, steel, yeah, it could be a lot worse. It's just routing all this around. It's already a bit spaghetti. It's gonna get way worse. Well, technically, we can build a satellite somewhere else and just have a satellite belt as well, but low density structures included, reds included, fuels included. We need the radar. Bricks. So it's 3 new productions plus 3 existing productions that you do need. Well, there's no way we can keep up the crafting time. Let's not even consider it. We cannot make 50 red science per 5 seconds or 50 low density structures per 5. That means we should craft in the ratio of rocket stuff. We actually need more low density and more fuel, because some of that needs to go to the satellite. Although, I think in the overall resource consumption, you need 1 satellite for many, many copies of the rocket build. So, it's an impact, but I don't know what the ratio would be. But, you know, you probably need maybe 1 extra low density crafter, 1 extra solid fuel crafter. Well, or, you know, 1 ratio size up. So we probably want to build this. You know, we're gonna run out of batteries. We're gonna run out of everything. Let's do some automatic background crafting that I know we're gonna need. What should I do? What's the simplest way to get satellites? I think I should focus on getting accumulators, radar, and solar panels automated. And not worry too much about the satellites until those are in. It's all gonna happen on the right side of my base, I think. Steel's not over there, though. This is a mega amount of routing. Well, it gives a chance for the light oil to build up eventually, or the rocket fuel. I'll let this fill up. They're smaller stacks. We're gonna be gone for a while. Let's just let these things. Well, we're not like running out of copper and iron, are we? We definitely don't want to run out of that stuff until we've got a couple of these rockets with satellites launched. This can fill up. That can fill up. This is gonna last a while. I'm gonna let this go 1.5. I'm gonna let this go 1. Alright. Satellites, huh? Alright, let's go. Which first? I think accumulators are pretty easy. Batteries plus iron. I mean, I know we need more batteries, but this is very simple. We can go do that right away. Then I'll probably do radars after that. So we've got batteries, we've got iron. Heck, we've got a battery iron line. It's just never going to get to the end because we don't make enough batteries. Literally could take that and turn it into accumulator somewhere if we had enough. If the production was crazy. I think I might just want a single accumulator building. If I wanted to keep it running, it's half a battery per second. It's actually not that fast. We might want a couple of them. The batteries are half a... So 2 battery machines could fuel 1 accumulator builder. 4 more? Oy. But nothing else uses batteries. Uh-oh. That's been out disconnected for a while. Luckily, all these pipes had quite a lot of oil in them, but one thing I should think about is putting, like, local... It would take a lot of oil, but we could put, like, a little storage tank near them, so that if I ever accidentally disconnected them from the system, they'd have, like, 250,000 oil that they could use for fuel for a fair while. Some cool-looking trees. Burn them down. Well... I'm not going to move the roboports. I am going to build around it, though. Need fertilizer. Alright, a little bit of space. that water pumping for whatever it's for. Sure, we need it somewhere. Alright, so chemical plants. I built a bunch of assembly machines because I knew I need those, but I'll also need a few more. Actually, I said 4 more. So we're going to do them same pattern as last time. Turns out I didn't save enough room for all this coal. Who could have guessed that I'd be back building 4 more battery machines? I guess I kind of remember running low on batteries in the past a couple times. Because they craft a little slow. But I don't remember building this many. Alright, we get the acid, the iron. I guess we're just extending this out, basically. Dang it! That's exactly what I didn't want to do. I don't remember where it was. I don't remember. I want to hold on to some robots. Alright, so... Same thing, we gotta extend this. It doesn't... I'm not planning on building anything right here, but you never know. Should work. Alright, that should be all I need to do, I think. Other than, you know, the important part of... we're not getting enough acid. Interesting. We're gonna have to go check our acid manufacturing, because, maybe not as infinite as we once thought. Funny. Alright, so if we can get enough sulfuric acid, we've got 4 more battery machines, which we can turn into accumulators very easily at the bottom of this. But, in Bottleneck O'Clock, we may have overestimated the amount of sulfuric acid we were actually making. Oh! No. We're not. I did run out, but it's because it's not fully automated. It's not because... Well, it might be that I don't have enough production, but it's just as likely... what do you guys want? Oh, just doing stuff. I don't know what they want. Robots just flying around. Yeah, it's one of those chests you gotta fill up every now and then. I gotta keep an eye on these to see if it's going up or not. The battery should be being produced at full speed. The copper might not be using acid at full speed, but clearly we need enough iron. Oh boy. Yeah, our iron... The funny thing is, the thing that breaks our iron production turns out to be acid. Because I guess you need a lot of iron. Not as much iron as I thought I did. Alright. Are we net positive? I think so. These were down to almost 0. And the machines probably are filling up because they were empty. And if it's still going upwards, it should be a net positive. Because that's the one attached. Oh yeah, and this thing's up to 2,500. Okay, yeah, we're definitely... This thing must have higher demand priority than the small tanks. Or something. Who knows? Who knows how it's coded? Okay, I think... The acid's not even making it. I wonder... Did I disconnect something? Maybe we need like a pump to push it down. It does have a long way to go, and there's a lot of things draining it along the way. It looks to be all... Yeah, just... I guess it's storing it here, and we're trying to withdraw it on this side. Well, this is something we can theoretically improve. I've certainly done this kind of thing in the past, not knowing exactly how fluid dynamics works in this mod, but... Let's use the very strong pumping speed. Steel pump. Alright. We'll see if this helps. It certainly drained that. Well, you know, maybe the problem is having all these linked... Maybe I should just be using the big storage tank. It stores, well, like 8 of these anyway. I'm losing a little bit of acid by deleting the buildings, but I think we ran into an interesting... I don't know if it's a problem exactly, but an interesting... complication. Oh wow, that drained it instantly. The pipes hold an awful lot of liquid. I think that's why the pump was a good idea. Alright. Alright. I think it's just that the pipes hold thousands of acid. So it's hard to know if we're producing enough because the machines are so far away. The pump got it all the way out here, though, real fast. So now they're all running. Because that was the end of the acid line. But we're not banking any. Yet. Is the pipe filling up? I don't know. We might need to double up here. So the reason we did it like this was 2 sulfur to make 1 acid. So we could mirror it and use the same chest. I think. It's not quite that simple for spacing. Because they're water on the right, gas on the left. I had a pattern there. And that was my own doing. I didn't have to be like that. Why are you like this, Blue? You don't have to be like this. Space. It's fine. Uh-oh. This is okay. We don't have overlapping pipes becomes an issue, but we have undergrounds here, so this can connect up without undergrounds. Just the way we happen to connect it is fine. I can actually reclaim this so it's a similar pattern, but I know why I did it the other way to start with. Okay, acid, you're a trip. The reason that works is I can use a red inserter. And, there we go. Acid. We need to get it to there. There you go. Doubled the acid production. Until we run out of iron. Now we're using iron twice as fast. But still, that's probably for the best. We might be net positive. To be honest, this is a strong case not to do the advanced copper production. Because our copper is now shut off. Because we're doing the advanced... And we did not have enough sulfuric acid as I thought I did. I'm hoping this backs up with double, but I haven't calculated how much we're actually using. I was just like, oh, we make tons, right? That's 50 per second. 50 per second sounds pretty good. Not quite, though. Should I be using a stack inserter instead, maybe? Because there's some downtime here. Why do these... Because these have had a chance to build up stock before this started running. These things are not... Actually, the filter inserter won't matter. They just don't have, like, a huge backlog. Yeah, I think one of these consumes sulfur a little bit faster than two of these can build it. It's close, but... Yeah, that's why it's technically behind. So we're not quite making 50 per second. Hey, Duffy. Yeah, good old Xenogears music, right? We are... Okay, to be fair, the acid in this pipe is now full. Which means this pump doesn't have to push always. And maybe that means now some can make it to copper? Yeah, okay. Here we go. We're saved. We just needed some time to catch up with the backlog. Unless the reason this filled up was because there's no copper in the batteries. No, we still had copper. We still had copper down by batteries. Wherever the copper ran out was not here. So these have been running full speed. Well, actually, they are backed up. I'm not sure we're making enough sulfuric acid. Regardless, the whole point of this was to get the accumulators. So I'm going to get my accumulators. We're just going to belt it down here to Funky Town. Yeah, that's fine. Leave a little bit of space here. I don't know what I want to do exactly. Every time I listen to the Xenogears music, though, I'm like, I should really do that Let's Play about this that I've been talking about for years. Okay, I'm not really planning on doing a lot of these. I think I have enough for 2. So that's all I'm going to do for now. No, we have to belt them. A chest will do for now, but we do have to belt them somewhere. So let's make sure we set it up for future. Accumulators. Logistics? No. Accumulators. Not production. Not manufacturing. Maybe it is logistics? It's not military. It's not science. It's not manufacturing. I don't know why I have such a hard time finding these things. There they are. It is production. Alright, so yeah, theoretically we can extend this if we want. For now, it's not going to happen. I'm just going to stock up a chest with some of them in it, and that'll be good for the moment. We're going to want some of these anyway, probably, for our base. But for now, we're just trying to get satellites, and we need this for our satellite construction. So hey, at least we've got some started. I can't really do more than 2 of these because I won't have enough batteries. And I don't know if I can even keep up with the acid at this point. Also, I don't know if we can keep up on the copper. Let's check on what's going on back here. We also might be running out of petroleum gas. Everything is falling apart today. Everything. As soon as I try to go rockets. No, the acid's working. It's just going to take a while for the copper to catch up. It fell behind. It'll get back. Acid is fine. Petroleum is not fine. This has been going down steadily. We're going to need to expand. The good news is we can expand the petroleum. We got near infinite oil right now, so this can be expanded soon. Just not right now. I want to make sure the copper is working. We're not even doing science, and we're still struggling with the resources here. Ether doubles. Oh, man. Yeah, there's some cool stuff. It's been a really long time since I played Xenogears as well, so I'm okay being a little bit overpowered. I mean, there's also just certain characters that are overpowered. Just simply using them makes the game much, much easier. Same with some of the techs, I suppose. Yeah, there's not enough copper. Why is there not enough copper, guys? Who's using all my copper? I thought I could fill a whole belt with copper. What's... I just don't have enough furnaces. Sure. Okay. I know I have landfill in my logistics network. Take that, you punks. Can I just copy the land? Is there a way to not have it in your inventory, but... like, tell the bots to go here? I think I need at least one in my inventory. And then I can hold shift until... no. Did it wrong. Try that again. Shift. No, it... it's working! It's just the bot... in my inventory is stealing it from my inventory as soon as I put it down. It's working perfectly. There we go. Let's do it like this from a little bit further away. The good old bots. Sometimes the the personal roboport's great. Other times, well, you see. Come on. Yeah. Autobots, roll out. While you're here, take those trees. Okay, so in the list of many, many, many issues with our base, one of them, apparently, is we do not refine copper fast enough. So, let's do something about that. I mean, I actually need to automate electric furnaces. That would be real nice right now. Sure, we'll just we'll mirror up the blue inserters just for funsies here. If I had automated these ahead of time, the bots could have built them, and then we would be having a blast. Alright, this is just going to... Honestly, we'll just move the balancer a little bit forward. That'll make more sense anyway. Sure, it's fine. The way this is all going to connect up. I don't think I've ever tried beating Graph every time we fight him. But like when I play Xenogears, I tend to get pretty wrapped up in the story. I don't know how much I've actually tried to break the game. And there are also still some characters that join in the second disc that I've like never used, just because I'm tied to the starting three a lot. I mean, Saitan with the sword, man. I can't keep talking about this. We're gonna switch over from Factorio to Xenogears. Why can't they make like a Steam remake or re-release of Xenogears? They, you know, Square's re-releasing all their other franchises. Actually, from what I've heard, the Xenogears license is all messed up. The actual original designer, whatever, producer guy, kind of lost the rights to it or something. It got all messy. And then tried to make Xenosaga, but it was originally like a 6-parter remake of Xenogears to finish it off. Super ambitious project. Like, I think the first game was literally a guy and his wife dreamed it all up or something crazy. And then Xenosaga, they had a second chance, sort of, but they didn't quite keep it. They kind of restarted it, and then obviously we did not get 6 Xenosagas, so that all stopped at some point. And then once again, it got rebooted from the start, sorta, with Xenoblade, but once again, it's not even the same universe, or maybe the same universe, but not even really related. Not, well, I don't know what you even call it. Related, but different. Okay. So we've got 50% more copper. Is that enough? Probably enough to drive the biters mad. I'm glad I did all my research before I got into rocket mode, because I did not have the resources to even come close to trying to research and do this at the same time. Like, it is not... I knew my base was a little bit short on resource input. This is real bad. Okay, the copper is making it to the end. We've got our batteries. We've got our rocket parts. We're not actually building robots right now, but we're able to. We're getting these accumulators accumulating. I'll accumulate more of them. Assuming nothing else breaks, we can move on to the next thing to automate, which is either radar or solar panels. I think radar is easier. We could also... What did I even... It's the tech, I think, that needs the electric furnaces. It doesn't help us yet, but we will need electric furnaces to make rocket tech. And that's probably the hardest part of the rocket tech card. Well, not counting the satellite telemetry. But the blank tech card is easy. The speed mods are pretty easy, but the furnace is a big pain. I think for the purposes of getting at least some kind of rockets going, we've got to get more of these banged off. And I mean, we're not going to have enough red circuits. There's no way. But we can try to expand that when we get there. It also needs, if I remember correctly, it also needs acid. But okay, we've got, you know, rocket fuel, we got glass, we got structure, we got accumulators now. I think radar, and then solar panels, and then we just try to connect it all up somehow. Radar. Hey there, Irel. Blue motors, automation cores, bricks, and steel. That's a lot of stuff that's not very close together in my base. So as an overview, let me just fly you around. I remember the blue motors are up here. So they're belted. And we can use filter inserters nowadays, so we can split it if we have to. Oh, good. They actually come down here. This is good. This is real good. I didn't know I had blue motors all the way down this way. Okay, this is going to be where we're doing it then. So blue motors are upgraded at the green motors. That's good. That means we can steal from that line. Down here, which is where we're going to want to do it. We also need... So small electric motors, blue motors, stone brick, steel plate. Steel plate is somewhere around here. This stuff. This one. So blue motors and steel plates practically touching. That's great. Stone bricks, though, I don't think we use very often, so we're going to have to drag those over. And automation cores might not be anywhere nearby. So we've got... stone bricks aren't too far away. Right here. That's stone tablets. Don't mix them up. But yeah, stone plates. So we got one steel. Actually, technically this is steel right along here. So we've got blue motors, steel. I mean, both of those would have to be split carefully. And stone bricks. That's 3 out of 4. Very close together. That's great. But automation core, I don't think so. It is this puppy. Sticks, gears, and copper. So as long as I had access to iron and copper, we could set up a little baby manufacturing. Because iron sticks and iron gears are pretty easy. And we'll probably want to do a local one, because the automation cores I know are right in the middle of my base up north. So we have iron right here, and copper right here. So I think we turn this into a quick automation core. Assembler, which is going to take two from the iron and 1 from the copper. It's going to use up a bunch of it, but that's okay. And then we're going to try to split steel and blue. Actually, this should be enough space. We're not going to be able to do a lot of radar. Let's do a quick sort of check for crafting speed here. Just to see how close... I don't know how long radar takes. Like, it's pretty slow, right? Nope, it's super fast. So, we can make radar as fast... Like, one of these machines is probably enough. We'll be able to make it as fast as we want. We won't have the resources to go much faster than one. Automation core... I'm going to be surprised if we can keep up. But let's see if 1 is enough to be at least competitive. We make 2 in 2 seconds. Assuming we had enough steel, which is a big, big assumption. Wow, yeah, there's... Let's not worry about it too much. We're just going to try to get some radar. It doesn't have to be a lot. We just have to automate it a little bit. I think that's all we can do right now, is just get it a little bit automated. We don't quite have enough space. I'm going to put I just need a little bit more space, and this would be pretty easy. Maybe we do the cores over here instead. That's the other thing. What's the ratio for automation cores? It's been a while since I built these. 4 iron, 4 gear, 6 plates. And then those puppies, I think, are 1 to 2 each. No, 1 to 1 for gears, 2 to 1 for sticks. They both craft pretty fast, though. We're probably... If we don't worry about that, or... Okay, I see kind of an easy way to get the automation cores. Not great, but I think we could just do it like this, and it takes the least amount of my brain power. Wait. It takes a little bit more brain power than that, Blue. Come on, you know how Factorio works. You need space for inserters. Try this again. Okay, should be as simple as that. Just gotta get it all powered up. And that will get us a belt with automation cores on it, eventually. Wrong direction. Okay, and we'll still throw some efficiency mods in because we're going to run out of pollution. I haven't really played Xenosaga much. I looked at them a little bit. I had a friend that had them. I personally have a hard time with a lot of the PlayStation 2 RPGs or JRPGs in general. That console never drew me in for the RPGs very well, so it's not exactly Xenosaga's fault. Okay, automation cores. And then we just need blue, brick, and steel. We need a lot of steel. I think it might be best, because of how much steel we need, to craft this radar thing right beside the main steel line. We're like, there's nowhere near. We're not gonna get enough steel. There's no way. That'll start filling up. We can bring in the bricks. I might really just have one of these machines. I don't think we're going to be able to go too much more than that. We also need the blue belt. But we could just take it for a little ride. Rather than splitting it and messing around, we could just go for a little trip. Go for a little loop-de-loop down here. Meteor landed... No, not there. There was a meteor, but apparently didn't land on my base. It's a bit further away, but we only need a couple blue engines for... Alright, and then we just need to get automation cores over. I think... I'm thinking real hard. I'm not going to be doing it in parallel, so I don't have to worry about the lines so much like normal. Let's, couple undergrounds. Ah, the spaghettification. BlueAnkylo special. It'll be connected enough that if we want to increase capacity later on, we'll be able to without too much. Like, we'll have to fix it. Make no mistake. This is not great for Like, this is not great. It's just not great. But it is automated, and it is working. We're limited on whatever we're limited on. Once it runs for a minute, we'll see. We still can't do active providers or active requesters or whatever, so we have to belt this all manually. I don't have a solution. Unfortunately, we have to get into space before we can actually improve our bots. And that's we're a little bit bottlenecked by the mods tech progress here. But we do now technically automatically build radars. Not super fast. Looks like we're limited by automation cores at the moment. Assuming we don't run out of other resources, but I don't think we're running out of bricks or anything. So I could try to ramp this up a bit. Sure. I love doing stupid stuff like this. This is how you know you're doing good. Just build it like this. It's fine if it's on both sides of the belt. It's probably double our radar production, so it's probably worth it. We'll throw some efficiency in here, because who knows what our power's doing. Power's fine, don't worry about it. We're not even using our steam. Alright, so now we're making twice as many automation cores, automatically automating the automation, while also accumulating accumulators. And stealing ourselves for the steel mines. Anyway, that'll speed it up a little bit. Keep it moving. Yes, but see, now we are immediately out of steel, as expected. So that's not good. Let me check if there's anything I can do about the steel. Not really. I really need to fix this one of these days. No, we're actually not maxed out on steel. Not quite, anyway. Interestingly enough, we are... It's just... Oh, I see. That's the problem. We probably are. I'm using the wrong... I didn't even stock up a lot. Dang. You know. Ankylo problems. I don't know why I had a buffer here. There's probably a reason. This is not really how I like to do things, though. The difference is it's not in the main line. Still in the logistics network. Also after the split, so at least some of it will keep moving before I steal out of it. Oh yeah, everything's gonna break. Anyway, I mean, I knew with the radar there was no way we were gonna be making enough steel. 30 steel per second, I am not... There is no way we're getting 30 steel per second. Steel is really hard in this mod. I mean, it's time consuming in vanilla. It is... really slow in the mod because you have to make coke. I mean, maybe it's the same speed overall, but yeah. I actually might be able to add another furnace. Spacing is just not easy. I should really be upgrading to electric furnaces, but they're bigger, so you know. Also, yeah, there's other issues to worry about. Once we run out of iron, we're gonna have a bad day. I'm hoping I can get to my rockets before I run out of my iron and copper mines. I'm not sure though. Alright, keep the iron going. We're gonna start running out probably at the bottom there. It's because I'm actually stealing iron for the automation core. Oh no. Stealing iron from my steel mine. Let's add a couple more miners. How much have we got left? We still have like over 250,000. Take the you know, the back section. We're not consuming this bit here. Most of these buildings are just test buildings, so they're not really being used for anything anyway. I mean, I do like these Mark II drills. Glad we got those. Be nice to get some, like, higher tech, though. Alright, so that was, like, that was a fair bit more. I bet you the iron will back up again, yeah. That doesn't mean we're making enough iron for the automation cores, though. Can't even fit that in. Now, the funny thing is we don't need these stupid biomatter things for anything. This was a test. I'm not even using this stuff. That's a dead end. We don't even need it. Just give that to the bots. Be like, take this away, please. The biomatter is important for tech, but we've already not automated that for the military tech, and we also need it for the tree plant. But we've got automated biomatter in the tree plant, so we could probably just make more biomatter and send it to military tech if we ever actually needed to. Alright. Easy. Okay. Assuming we've got enough ore, that will double the iron that's being consumed by whatever. Oh yeah, I didn't actually see. Originally, I didn't need much because this was just my automated med pack or repair pack facility. But now that we're trying to make automation cores out of it, it turns out I needed a whole bunch of iron down here, and I never really planned for that. Of course, what we're really bottlenecked on is the steel anyway, so those will just back up, which is fine. But we did get, you know, 60 radars. That's enough for like a satellite or something. And the steel's coming. It's coming along. We're not really using too much steel right now. It's more just the production is slow. We have another small steel mine up here that we're probably not really consuming. I could turn it on and cheat. Blue cheaty-lo. Cheaty-lo activate. The flamethrowers are doing a great job. We'll see blue has slightly high priority than the belt. So that still takes it from the belt, but most of it comes out of the chest. So we'll get a few radars until this runs out, and then I'll have no more steel. Okay. So I have checked off one more thing on my list of things we're gonna need for satellites. I don't know how many radars we're gonna need. A few stacks. Let's go back to our thing. I think the next thing is solar panels, right? And technically, that's the last one we need. Solar panels. So we've got everything else is at least constructed. Whether we can make enough of it is a huge question for any kind of throughput, but at least it is in the production. So solar panels, you say? And still a long way away from actually tech out of this. If I can get through it today before I run out of steam for my stream, my Steam stream through, not Steam, then we've done a good job. This is complicated stuff, though. Alright, so solar panels. Silicon, huh? Green glass, green circuits, glass, silicon, and then more steel. And 10 seconds. So we're probably going to want a couple builders, a couple assemblers this time. Rather than half a second per radar, it's 10 seconds per solar panel. And we do need... Actually, here's something that's nice to know. We only need 1 radar per satellite and 10 solar panels and accumulators. You need way more of everything else, so we don't have to have quite as high production on that. In fact, radars we don't need very many at all. I've probably actually upped the production of that higher than necessary, but because I wasn't paying attention. So, knowing that we need all this stuff, how much of it can I get anywhere near the radar? Obviously there's steel, there's glass right here, silicon I don't know about. Oh yeah, some of the tracks on this album, the Humans vs. Gears album from OC Remix, is just amazing. One of my favorite OC Remix albums for sure. Okay, glass, steel, green science, alright? And we did upgrade our green circuit production enough that it should handle it. That means all we're missing is silicon. Which is right here. Usually being turned... Oh no, silicon, right here. Usually being turned into circuit boards. So technically, right here... Oh, and the glass. Oh, because these use glass and silicone. Oh, right here is half the stuff we need. Oh, this is beautiful. Okay, good. Real good. I'm going to put a little bit of space for future proofing, but we're going to combine it over here. I was thinking I was going to need more of these, but honestly 4 has been enough so far. In fact, I didn't even upgrade them to be cool and blue, which I usually do. So there, enjoy your, what did I just do? I just picked up all the stuff that was in them accidentally. Good job. And turned off their, totally made a mess of my inventory. Did you hate it when you do that? This is looking decent enough anyway. Okay, so upgrade them so they go a little bit faster, because I'm not going to have room to give them more stuff for a while. So, green circuits and steel, I think, is all I need to do to get up here, or wherever I want to do it. I think I might want to pull it down again. But steel, right? We don't have... I think... I'm just going to use this for a while. We're going to let this steel back up a bit. Oh, that's using the motors instead of the green science. But yeah, we don't really need that many radars. I've gone a little bit deep on making radars. We only need a little bit. And this is, honestly, actually, now that I know about it, you can stop. I don't need that many. But I will need a lot of solar panels. 10 times as many. And they craft like 20 times slower. Kind of want to build it over here, maybe. This might be a time for old filter inserter. Haven't really used them much this game yet. But with a little bit of finagling, we should be able to get both of these on the same belt. Because we can tell it only pick up Le Steel. And you can only pick up the green stuff. And then, yeah, there's some belting to do, I know. We'll just need to underground this a little bit. This is a dead end, doesn't matter. That will guarantee their split. That's 2 out of 4. The other one is right here. We knew this was always going to happen eventually with the belt connectors, the undergrounds. The yellow undergrounds are great early game, but you really need more space. The red ones come in to save you. It's literally rocket science. Yeah, okay. We don't have to calculate telemetry yet. We just throw this all down here and it works. I'm thinking this actually might be the line I use because we're gonna get down here. Yeah, we're gonna do. Let me plan it out. We're gonna put it here. This gives me room for 4. I should have automated the construction of assemblers. Automated assemblers. That would have been... There's a lot of things we didn't automate, you know. I got limits, guys. There's only so much I can do right now. No, I don't want them to automate assemblers. I want to automate these. Gotta go pick up some more efficiency modules. Yeah, this place is gross. It's not my fault. Blame it on past BlueAnkylo. Today's BlueAnkylo would never have done this if he was building it, knowing what he knows now. Definitely would have done it differently. What are you beep booping about? Stop your beep booping. Just kill the dang animals. Too many animals here. Also, yeah, I know. Okay, almost set up. Now we just gotta get this stuff over there. Easy! Just connect it all up, Blue. Don't worry about how it looks. Anybody who cares about spaghetti bases has probably long since disconnected. I need... How do I have an odd number of undergrounds? That's not a good sign. That means you missed one somewhere. Almost always. Because you get 2 at a time. Always even numbers. Save or kill the animals. In this game, we're not saving the animals. In Super Metroid, we're also not saving the animals. Unless someone pays a lot of money, let's just say. I'm starting to run out of plastic. That's a sign that our petroleum gas might be running out, actually. That was something I needed to go double check. But we do have automated... we have solar panels now, automated. So let's belt those over a little bit closer to where they're going to end up going. Well, I actually don't know where my crafter's going to be, but let's put a box down. Let's let them stack up for a bit. Okay, let's go check my gas. Betcha we're out of petroleum. Yep. No. Yeah, we're out of petroleum. Okay. It was inevitable. We're using too much stuff. Everything needs oil these days. Let's go invade a third world country because we need more gas. This is a good opportunity to get rid of the old petroleum tanks, though. And then upgrade them to the big boy. While they're empty. It doesn't cost me much. I mean, we can probably go to another planet that's full of oil or something. Probably. Yeah, that should work. Just connect up the old connectors. So it doesn't really change anything, but it stores a lot more. Splits it a little bit more evenly than the other way. But we're gonna need... I'm gonna try to double up my gas. The funny thing is, we actually aren't low on oil at all. We have 100,000 oil sitting there, and I don't think it'll ever go down. Unless we really ramp up the oil refinery. We just didn't have the infrastructure to refine it all. And store it. Everything seems to be working over here in the back side of my base. We're not getting plastic. Yeah, plastic won't work with the gas out, but we'll fix it. Yeah, I'll fix it. Just hold your horses. Actually, I think it is possible that I need to use pumps here to pump out of these big tanks. I don't know for sure. I don't know where that one goes. But let's upgrade the outputs to pumps just in case that's something I'm missing. I swear, pumps are invisible. I think pumps should be right beside the pipes, but they're not. They are. Don't listen to me. I think I have to use a steel pipe here. Where does that one even go? I'm just curious. Oh, this goes to my wood farm, right. This doesn't use very much. It looks like it uses a lot of petroleum, but it doesn't really use that much. So we've got one petroleum sink is just wood, basically, and the other major petroleum sink is plastic and sulfur. And that's the one we're going to run out of. Because there's... Like, I have a buffer for sulfuric acid that will be draining. I do not have a buffer for plastic. So let's just get it all hooked up. We just been doing it the lazy way here. Okay, and we got to get all the water and crude connected as always. Fun times connecting pipes. There's a problem with that pipe. Can I? This is gonna look disgusting, and it's my own fault. It's my own fault. Just leave it at that. I should have known... I can't do this either. I should have known that my oil would need to expand. This has to move down. Which is good, because then it can just connect up to the pipe I just put down. And it's obviously not really needing to be underground yet. Don't think any of that was relevant. No, one more is missing. Alright, that should have fixed any of those problems. We do need, of course, the water for these anyway, which furthermore incentivizes us to just put down regular pipes so I can see what's going on and be less confused. I think I got it all. Let's go put those efficiency mods in the last build where I ran out. And then we'll double check our gas. Alright, so we doubled our refineries. We might still want to do a couple more. We'll see. Too much singing, though. Sneaks it in there. The crude oil has not gone down at all. I don't think we're making enough. I thought, you know, when I put down this refinery, I always do this. I'm like, my base was like up here. I put the refinery down here. I'm like, there'll be lots of space if I put the refinery far away from my base. By the time I need to expand the refinery, I'm like, wait, how did my base get here? Suddenly I'm surrounded by my base. What's going on? Usually, you should definitely keep your oil refinery away from all the other stuff. But, you know. How's this all doing? Look at all that rocket fuel, heat shielding, low density structure, rocket control units. We could launch so many rockets. If only we could put something on them. Unless we're just filling up. I don't think we're making enough. Dang. Yeah, there's just not enough gas. I was running out of sulfuric acid, so I doubled the acid production. I didn't increase my petroleum, and nothing has really used plastic until now in high quantities. Now we're using plastic for this stuff all the time. That's one of the first things that actually use plastic, and then the second thing that uses plastic is these important bits that we've starting to run out of. All right, at least I put it on a splitter. Well, let's try 2 more refineries. There's not much more space. To be honest, though, I could move these almost anywhere. It's basic oil to gas refinery is pretty simple. We could do it wherever we want it. Could probably fit one more in here. Definitely fit a couple in over here. Start with these 2. It's just nice if your backline water and oil kind of have their own spot for pipes, and you don't have to worry too much about weird overlap issues. I think I can just use this water. As long as we're not putting 2 underground pipes on the same line. It should be working. And honestly, the output is super easy. Alright, we have now tripled. Can I do it? This can't be there. If we move this over... then we'll need to connect. That works. Alright, alright. Burn the oil. Pollute the forest. Kill the trees. Eat the... well, animals, I guess. Alright, one more and we'll have quadrupled our oil. And that should be enough. Because that's literally all the space I have at this point. If that doesn't work, we'll have to actually separate it. I thought I put this rocket far away, but I did not. The good news is if it needs any water, you know, we're right there. Alright. 8 oil refineries just on gas, a couple on light fuel, which some of it turns into gas, and then a couple on heavy oil, which mostly turns into lubricant. But again, some of it will turn into gas. That's where these side connections come into. In theory, the pumps force the byproduct gas ahead of the main gas. It's a theory. But those don't run unless we run out of, like, space. In fact, I'm gonna double that, and I'm gonna double that as well. I know the bottleneck here is actually light oil. If it wasn't full of, if the storage wasn't full, it actually runs out of oil. So we can store up even more for next time we turn it on. And the extra bonus here. Oh, can I do my 4-pack? I love doing my 4-pack. I really didn't need to make these all underground. Oh, wait, that's disgusting. I just wasted a ton of light oil. It's fine. So this, by adding more light oil space, it just turns these refineries on, and that means we get a little bit of extra petroleum. As the light oil fills up, the excess petroleum gets sent down here. Similarly on this side, for no specific reason other than, I think I always sort of meant I might do this. We're going to double up. Okay, there's the output to the right. We'll just move it over. And, you know, we've got twice as much storage for lubricant, which means these will all turn on. The power consumption is fine. And these refineries will also output some light and some gas. The light gets cracked down to gas. And it just means these are filling up as fast as is humanly possible. High school marching bands with graphs theme? That's cool. I mean, there's high school bands that do all kinds of cool video game themes that I'm pretty impressed by. You just need a nerdy, you know, band teacher or whatever that will let the kids go along with it and have a good time. Actually, one of the coolest things when I was really little, before I was anywhere near high school, like maybe, I don't know, grade 2 or 3 or something, I think it was middle school or high school band came to, you know, the elementary school to show off, as they do, and they played, like, the Pink Panther theme, which was super cool to, like, I don't know, 7-year-old Ankylo self. Obviously, I'm sure lots of schools do stuff like that. So, video games, music at school, go for it. So, I know I just quadrupled plus change my petroleum gas production. I don't think it made a dent. Now, I think it actually did. It's just the pipes take a long time to fill up. But it looks like the acid is going up, maybe, or at least holding still. We're still not getting enough petroleum. Oh wait, coal? 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 What? How dare coal be my problem? Isn't this just Factorio? Last time I looked at it, it was full. Excuse me? Well, it's a good time to check on it. One of the reasons I'm trying not to use too many steel burners is we don't have very much coal. This might be the last of our coal. So we're trying to upgrade to electricity, which doesn't actually use coal. We're not using coal to make power, so it's my salvation here is only using coal for plastic and coke, I guess. Steel. Alright, let's get this hooked up quick. I'm gonna leave a bit of space, because I would like this placement to be the last one. And that's all the mines I got, anyway. Okay, let's use that as our new... Oh. We needed it. Actually, we don't need this anymore. This is a vestigial line. We use this for our rare metal furnaces, but we actually don't use it up there anymore, so we can forget about that. We could have the drones deconstruct it. Alright, get the power. And then try not to use too much pollution. I know it's a bit of a moot point some days trying to reduce your power and your pollution. Biters just attack anyway, but I don't have any other cool modules, so... All the other modules are pretty expensive. The only ones I could really afford in bulk were efficiency, so that's all we've got for now. Alright, I think we've covered... Well, not all the coal. I could probably do a couple more.
Welcome to the human race.
No, don't bring your coal to me. Take the coal to one of the boxes. I could probably tell my logistics network not to bring coal to me, but... Alright, is this all filled up? Beautiful. I'm gonna take a little bit back with us. Hope you like coal. Not that much. Here, let's do a quick fix. Take it. No, don't bring it back! I must have a minimum amount of coal that I've requested. Because I put it in the box and they immediately picked it up and tried to give it to me. No, let me alone. One day we'll be fast enough to escape them. Alright, let's try to get the rest of this coal mine. Alright, and this will be the last of our coal, I think, available for production. I'll have a look at the map here in a second. I'll show you sort of what we're dealing with. I'm really trying to rush these rockets. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I knew rocket tech... One of the reasons I hadn't been rushing is I knew the rocket science was going to be a real job, just based on the quick look I had it. There's more work than I thought. Alright. Couple streams. A 7-hour stream, jeesh. I don't know if I'm going to make it. 3:20? Well, we'll see. I'll go a bit longer. I definitely thought I'd have rockets by now. Well, technically, we can launch rockets. Just don't have anything on them. Let's turn that off. You can see the base a little better without that. So, the story of the base was we started with a lot of iron and then a really gross copper or coal iron mix, and then a really big coal, iron and a tiny bit of copper and a tiny bit of stone. It's mostly gone at this point. Luckily, we had a pretty big stone mine nearby, and a really big iron mine nearby. And then, without going too far, a nice copper supply, which was definitely useful, and reasonable sized coal. This was all sort of in our safety spot. Of course, the desert is not safe because of the pollution, so we had to wall that all off. But that was it for kind of our local resources. The oil wasn't too far away, but, you know, at least it's there. We're starting to use it. It's starting to tick down a little bit. But there's not many other resources other than our infinite drills, which, you know, we're going to have to get to sooner. There's some stone over here. We don't really need it. And there's some iron up here, but that's not really a very good iron patch. I mean, it's better than nothing, and when we run out, we'll move up to get that. But inside our borders, there's not much else. There's a really large crude oil. If we need to invade for oil, we go north to Bitistan, and we steal all their oil, because they've got like 10 million oil at least, just at the south end. So oil, we go to Bitistan. But I haven't seen a lot of iron and copper. Another kind of garbage iron mine. Again, 0.5 mil is not bad, but it's kind of on the coast. I'd have to do a bunch of terraforming, and, you know, it's also, well, it's not too bad, but it's not great. Mineral water doesn't matter. There's more iron. This is a good one. 2.7 mil is nice, but again, kind of on the coast. I mean, okay, 2 iron. That's if we need iron, this is probably the direction to go. There's some uranium, a million uranium, nothing to do with that right now. But have you noticed, also there's some coal, so we do have a good coal patch. I guess south is probably it. We need to clear all this out. Claim the iron, claim the coal. But have you noticed what's missing? There is no copper in vision at all. And we've been using a lot of copper lately. So sure, we can get lots of oil. We can get a pretty good, a passable amount of iron for a lot of work. A good coal mine for minimal work. But I don't see any copper at all. And that's a bit frightening. Because we only got 150,000 left. We started today with this at like 400,000 and it's almost gone. So, you know. Oh, hey, look, we used all the coal. So we might be going into a more serious core mining drill expansion, or into more windmills or something. Because some of those resources, I don't know how much longer we've got left on them. I think we can get at least the navigation rockets launched, but I don't know about actually getting rocket tech cards. So I just want to check my base. We had a little break while I looked at stuff. How's the gas doing? We're still not making enough gas. We need to extremely megafy some of this. I mean, we're making a good amount of plastic now. It's running on gas. I think we're probably making enough gas to almost run everything, just not quite. It's not stacking up. We're probably a little bit delayed on some areas. But it's close. So that's nearly enough. As long as we don't use any more. We got these solar panels. That's great. So I think this means if I can do some pokey pokery, I could make these. Now, I don't know if it's worth trying to root in all the stuff. It might be better just put it all in a box and have it craft away. I don't know. So the density structure and the fuel are like right here. I'd have to move the fuel south a little bit or something. Density structure and fuel both here. Red sciences, red tech's pretty far away. Red cards. Solar panels, accumulators, glass, and radar. So most of that is pretty close together. So this is radar. solar panels. Obviously, there's glass here. Which page was the... Not the rocket silo. Where was just the satellite? This one. Notably missing from this area is the structure, the fuel, which is completely the wrong direction. The accumulators are pretty far up, and the circuits. So, I think we're going to want to belt... Accumulators are right up here. These guys. Red tech's further up. I don't think we used it anywhere else. We belt those two down. We pick up radars and solars. That's 4. Glass is... How many friggin... Accumulators and circuits. Solar panels and radar. 7 inputs? Gee whiz. The glass comes out right here, so easy access to glass on this area. Alright, well, let's start at the furthest back. Maybe I just put the red tech on the same belt as the batteries. Or, sorry, the accumulators. It's down here. We finally accumulated a whole box of them. Yeah, let's do that. I mean, we're not going to have enough red circuit boards for very long. We are definitely going to need... This area will need to expand greatly. We just did all the batteries. We'll also need to do red for sure. We can get rid of these green modules eventually and just do a ton of red circuits. We'll probably run out of green circuits at that point because we're going to be doing blue circuits pretty soon, and they need a bazillion red circuits. It's the nature of the game. Alright, so my plan, in case you hadn't gathered, Wait, we need glass? Okay, that's just too convenient. I was going to split the red off, but actually, I mean... This is literally 2 of the things we need. I mean, there's glass closer. Yeah, there's glass closer. It's kind of wasteful to... I can share this with the accumulators. Want it to be lower priority than the machines. Alright, you can pick me up. Red cards. And we need to go down. We'll sync up a little bit here. Beautiful. This is pretty convenient. It's 2. Bring up. It's fine. Don't mind that. This is standard. This is gonna be a mess. Thanks, Factorio. You're really helping with the auto underground belts. Saving me so much time. I did have a plan for this. Okay, the plan is just go pick up some landfill. Remember I was making all this landfill? There's a reason. You do need a lot to fill in bits. It gets consumed pretty, I would say, faster than you'd normally expect. I think I just want to square this off. Well, that's all I had. I'm going to get a little bit more, and then we can avoid the coal mine, which is, or the stone mine, which, to be honest, we haven't looked at stone in a while, and we're probably going to run out of stone now, so if you don't look at it, you run out of it. Right? Well, it's not perfect. Alright, I would say that's still an improvement overall. Gives us a little bit more space for our stone, which is doing fine. We built for a future expansion, right? Alright, everything's moving. One of my cool little baby forests. Oh yeah, we should check our forest chest. I don't really want to put them all down right now, but we do have this cool chest where we grow trees. It's pretty nice. Yeah, this is where it gets rough. Let me go check my trees. You guys, I know you guys care about the trees. Save the trees, they say. It's not full yet. Let's be honest, I'm gonna forget about it. All the trees nearby are dead in Tree Town. I guess they're not dead. This is just a beech tree. Some of them are dead. Not a storage tank. They'll be dead soon. There you go. We will be able to store... We currently have 1,000 trees. We will be able to store like 10,000 trees in this thing. And if this ever fills up, you guys better believe I will put down so many topaz octopus trees. You will not believe how many octopuses will be around the base. But for now, you need to save your octopus for later, and we need to figure out how to route all this junk through here. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be pretty. I didn't account for future-proofing this section, so it was not. I don't know if that helps. It doesn't actually help. It's bad. It's bad, guys. I think we're gonna need some underground red belts for sure, and a prayer. Maybe some normal underground belts at the very least. Wait, don't join. Here, please stop that. You know, I don't need this to connect on the left side. It can connect on the right side. That will still do the same job, right? Please. All right, we're almost through the hard part. Sure, give me your stuff. Thank you, bots. You're very helpful. All this for 2 out of 7 parts, but these were the 2 out of 7 that were the furthest away. Oh, look at this straight run. Oh, we're doing so good now. We're there. Totally there. We want a little bit more space. We'll do it over here. That's all my belts, but that's 2 of the 7 things over by the satellite. Bam. Alright, take a drink for that. Next, radars and solar panels. Easy. So easy. You wouldn't believe it how easy it is. I'm just going to treat this like a buffer. It does not need hardly anything. We're going to output down. We're going to share the lane. That one, right, very angry. We only want to pull off solar panels because I will maybe use them for building one day. Maybe, I don't know. I was just storing them up. They are, you know, it's a nice way to get some power, right? Alright, so this should start filling up. Meanwhile, the biter war continues. These turrets have... Do they not show you the kills on the oil turrets? That is a dang shame. The gun turrets have hundreds of kills. I bet you the oil turrets have thousands by now. I could just clear those bases out, but what fun would that be? Okay, let's take this down. 2 more products. Add them to the ever-increasing main line of... Oh, right. We're going to the factory. We're going to space. What's happened here? I was going to put the metal somewhere, and then I didn't. And, all this stuff. Just take it. You can have it. Regular assembly machines. Sand. Alright, you guys pick up the rest of my junk. I'll pick up some belts. Good. You bots, you do a good job. Well, 4 iron... We always knew 4 steel furnaces were not enough for 2... 4 iron furnaces were not enough to run 2 steel furnaces. It's like 3 to 1 or something is the ratio in this mod, I think. I have done the math once. I forget now. But I think it's 3 furnaces of iron to fill 1 steel. It's going to be a little bit tricky to run all the belts through here. Alright, that's 4. We have red accumulators, solar panels, radar. 4 out of 7. We need glass, low density structure, and rocket fuel. So the low density structure is right here. The glass I didn't bring in, so we're gonna bring the glass in, and then the rocket fuel's right there. Glass. I mean, we'll probably rebuild a bunch of this glass stuff eventually, but let's just split it out. Everything gets rebuilt eventually. Just go along here. This is fine. Down along here, and I don't have any more underground belts. This is, I think, the last big one. And we can take... I mean, we're gonna need more. But we can take the low density stuff. I wonder what side... I wonder what side those will show up on. Because we could just add it right on. Oh, isn't that handy? The glass is already preset to be on the correct side of the belt. Did I do that on purpose? Well, that's how it's working, so that's what it's doing. I did not do that on purpose. Alright, we won't get very much low density structure. Because we're taking half of the stuff that's going to the rocket. And that's where we need most of it. But all we need is the fuel. And I can just take this puppy. And I'm just going to put them like this, honestly. We'll put the fuel in from the side. We're not going to be doing parallel rockets at this point. Or one is the absolute most we're going to be able to run. And it's not going to be running full speed by any stretch. And we'll put fancy fast inserters in there. The fuel... we'll just take some the other way, I guess. Is it pretty? No. Why aren't you... Oh. There we go. Alright. Still, everything's automated except the iron. Everything, I think, about the launcher is automated now except for the iron. We're not storing more than one of those, because it's going to take forever. Alright, so you can see the parts that are lagging behind. This is not going to be fast. Low density structure seems to be the major bottleneck. It's probably because we're not getting enough plastic. And by plastic, I mean actually steel. So we're not getting this stuff anymore. Because the steel's not making it down. We actually have enough plastic. The steel is just not enough. This is nowhere near enough steel to go to space. And there's not a lot of space to expand. I mean, we'll get a rocket eventually. I could just go move some around. But this is, yeah. Yeah, well, we will need a lot more steel. what I'm gonna do is steal a stack, throw that in there. Just disappeared. There it is. And there we go. We'll get a couple satellites out of that. At least we're gonna launch the dang satellite. We're not getting any red science either. There's some things that we're just not getting. Let's go find out what happened to red science. There's a bunch of real bad bottlenecks. So the red science is being produced as fast as I ever constructed it. It's moving along in the tiny production it is made in. And it just gets eaten up by the rocket units. I think I probably did the math back when I said control units. And I betcha I just set it up so that they used all of it. That sounds like something I would do. So we have to make more red for this to work. But once again, we can rob from the cradle to make it work. And maybe what I should have done all along is put a chest down and just use it to make satellites whenever I need the satellites. We can just put whatever we need in here, and you know, that'll get the job done. In fact, this is a good job for stack insert. Yeah, I can steal anything from anywhere, move it manually. It's fine, you can't stop me. Fuel is one of the other things that's a bit low. There. Just do it manually after all that work automating it, right? Anyway, the point is, we have satellites. Oh, they take up a whole... Never mind. I thought they were like a stack of 50. No, no, no. Okay. If you got cargo, you can launch. Yeah. For real this time. This is what we've been working on all day. Do I get an achievement? Satellite was launched into orbit and is capable of seeing the whole planet. I don't see the whole planet. You've unlocked navigation satellite uplink. Allows you to view the world via satellite. Detach from your character. Press N. While viewing as a satellite, you can move the view with movement controls, and you may blah blah blah. I'm a satellite. Oh, it'll okay, I think you might want to be careful revealing terrain because you probably spawn more biters. But boy, can we scout fast now. Anywhere you want to scout, we can just go scout. Wait. The satellite has detected a weapons cache? Anyway, we're on the planet of Novus. We need to keep launching satellites to find out what's up in orbit, in the star, in the system. Here you are, we can see it at least. That's the sun that we're around. That's the planet we're on. There's the system, the solar, like, the star system. There's probably some planets around here if we put more satellites up. Someone asked a long time ago, what's the end game? Well, space. So, yeah, there's a tremendous amount of work to do. We have not extincted the hostiles on this place. They're only at 67% threat. Man, so much stuff going on. Cool. Alright. And... Alright. So, that's what we get for one satellite. I think you get more for the first couple satellites. We get the star map. I think... Yeah. The other big thing we've got now is, the hidden science requirement. I say hidden because it's not super well advertised these days, but obviously everyone who's played Factorio knows. How do you get it out? Oh, filter. Satellite telemetry. Let me just put on flex. This one. It's not going to take the inventory, I don't think. Alright. So one launch to space got us 100 telemetry in addition to other benefits. Unfortunately, that is still a fair ways away from actually getting rocket tech. I mean, we've made a tremendous amount of progress getting all this stuff built. And it's slow, but it's automated. And it literally will launch in a second here. I mean, that didn't take very long to refuel and go, but that's just backed up resources more than anything. The next pretty large project is getting the yellow science. And we've got the hardest part. We've already got tech cards. I can make speed modules, and I can probably make furnaces. I'd say the 90% of the work is done. We just need to put it all together, and then we can start researching again with all the resources we don't have. Because as soon as we turn the research on, a lot of our production just falls apart. And unfortunately, out of yellow science, there's not too many. Well, I'm hoping there's some upgrades that will actually help. I mean, you know, power armor, that's good. Meteor defense, yeah. Centrifuge, uranium, I guess, there's probably lots. I'm hoping we can get, like, legitimate upgrades, not just, oh, here's your next level of tech. Nuclear reactors seem to be yellow science, so that's good. Discharge, Tesla, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, we're not going to be able to get space science for a while until we do, you know, the next big batch going up into space and stuff. Space logistics. Space transport belts. Like, look at this. We need, like, stuff like steel. We need 20 times the steel we're making. Space assembly machines. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Rocket reusability. Ooh. That's nice. Landing so it comes back and forth. It doesn't just destroy itself. Getting those worker robot speed upgrades. You know, there's obviously a lot of things. Exoskeleton is a fan favorite, so you can walk faster. We'll need big electric motors. I don't think I know how to make those yet, but or is that what the green ones are called? Maybe we're already pretty well established, and we'll be able to just blast on through the next tech level. The problem is more just, like, I think a lot of our primary resources are just running real low. Another satellite found some stuff. We got a new... Let me just check this. Yeah, those are big electro... Okay, cool, we can build them. There might be useful stuff up there. We have now Universe Explorer. More stuff. That's the orbit. I don't know how this works, really. This is all new for me. I guess we can make a platform in orbit or something like that. Solar power would be really good up there. 466%. I don't know what robot interference means. Are they going to take over the world? But, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do. Boy, oh boy, is there a lot of stuff to do. Can we see the... We don't have anything else. We don't have any more data here yet, but I feel like every satellite we send right now is giving us more. I don't know how to get back. Map. Press U again. Go home. ET phone home. Here we go. And then map. Nope. Okay, that was the nav uplink. N for nav uplink connector disconnect. Anyway, seems to be working. Like I said, I'm a little bit very worried about resources. We have just a little over 100,000 copper left. Iron is 200,000. Coal is almost gone entirely. That'll stop our plastic. Once the coal's gone, our plastic and coke, our steel, is done. So I really, you know, probably before we did rocket science, I probably should have taken a moment, because we didn't get anything for this yet. I probably should have made sure I replaced all of my my coal-fueled burners and changed them to electric, as well as maybe get some more resources, because we're gonna probably have to go fight for this coal next. And I don't have any new weapons. We spent a lot of time, but we don't really get any weapon upgrades, and we need the coal to continue. And I probably have to go for this iron pretty soon, but there's no copper, so ooh, that's a nice iron, juicy iron. We might have to do some exploration, which is much easier. The one thing we did get is easier exploration. We can just use the satellite to navigate, to look around. Although I feel like the more you uncover, the more biters there are and the more frame rate lag there is, but whatever. We're gonna have to look for copper. But I think I need to clear up my stream. It's been a really long stream. It took a lot longer than I expected. I was hoping to get a little bit further today. With a little bit of luck, we'll be able to get some military tech science going. We might have to, like, manually do some of it. I don't know if this is being defended. Yeah. They must have got pulled over to one of my guns or something. This is fine. Yeah, the defenses are holding. You know, we're not going to run out of oil anytime soon, or bullets too soon. So the base is okay, and we can turn on, we can crack on these core mining drills. Now we've got a little bit better idea how to run them. So we're not in any worry, not any threat, but running out of your basic, you know, when you run out of your safe spawning ores, definitely a little bit concerning for sure. I could just steal a little bit of iron from there, but it's the copper. It's the copper. Anyway, that's all for today's stream. Thanks for hanging out, guys. The big one. And I'll see you next time. At least the internet didn't go out. That was the main thing. We did, in fact, launch rockets, multiple rockets, including rockets with satellites. So, you know, we've got some bottlenecks, of course. There'll always be bottlenecks. Actually, we've got lots of satellites have been constructed. So just keep loading up the rocket constructions. We've got enough to launch 5 more, 6 more. It's beautiful. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. See you guys next stream. Alright, guys. Next stream, we're going to the moon. Look at this place. I don't see any biters. It's got everything. It's going to be amazing. See you next time.